lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the Update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, red zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Labs DMR Rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pops to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, Red Zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers: Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, Red Zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works. Be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR Rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the Red Zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the Black Market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the Update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers: Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, red zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the Black Market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the Update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500, and ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, red zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts.
Welcome to the final day of the group stages here in the PUBG Esports Road to EWC APAC Online Qualifiers for the play-in rounds. My name's Contra, and of course joining me is Yoli as your storytellers for the entire schedule of this play-in. So, of course, we've already witnessed some of all these great action coming from all the groups, and now this is their last shot in securing their run into the grand finals, which is happening next week. So make sure you guys keep up to speed with that. So Yoli, man, we have so much on the table right now, and I can't wait to find out who's going to be moving to the grand finals.
It's going to be a real nail biter as well for some of this team. But Group B, Group C, they still have a fighting chance since this is going to be the last. Since this is the last day, last final 6 matches as well to earn as much points as possible. Whereas for Group A, well, except for the top 3, so Group A here, they're pretty fine. But for the middle part of the pack here, well, I guess some of them are pretty much saying their Hail Marys here as to see whether maybe Group B or Group C was not going to be able to farm as much points to overwhelm them. But of course, either way, this is going to be the final overview for throughout our entire tournament as well. Top 8 teams for each of the respective region qualifiers: Thailand, Vietnam, and the rest of APACs here. The match that we've been so far cycling through has been Erangel, Rondo, Tego, and Miramar here. And following up from our schedule, like Contra said, this is the final day. It's Championship Sunday.
That's right, and of course, over the course of the APAC Finals, we'll have 3 back-to-back days of action, starting from 27th of June all the way to the 29th, where we're looking for the top-seeded teams to be headed to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, to play for millions of dollars, as well as the glory of their respective region as well. So that being said, I'm excited for today, where we've definitely seen great finesse coming out of FW Esports to be leading the path in the group. And looking at Group B's return, I'm hoping that they have been able to, of course, readjust if they were to be somewhere in the middle of the pack. Group A will be taking a break, like you said. So certain teams, they are already locked with their points, and that being said, we won't be seeing Tosakan, Buram United, Tactic Clan, for Crazy Rabbits, MG, Zoo, as well as NRG, alongside with Old Blood. So whatever points that they have, they're just going to be stuck with what they have and be happy with it. So therefore, with the return of Group B, we're going to be keeping our eyes on names like Savage Man Esports, who's got multiple chicken dinners. We'll see whether if they will match up to the speed as well as the arsenal of some of all these teams out there.
I mean, not just Savage Man Esports, right? We're also looking at FW Esports from Group C, who also has been having really phenomenal performances for a majority of their matches as well. Naturally, yes, Savage Man Esports in particular, since their first half of the day here, which is basically 2 Erangels and 1 Rondo here, they weren't able to farm as much points as possible. But the last final half, where we got into Tego and Marama, that's when we started seeing them really pop off with both the placement and the kill side as well. But of course, this is going to be the total leaderboard once more, ladies and gentlemen. If you're wondering, for those who haven't joined us from day 1, day 2, what are you guys doing, really? But if those who just joined us for day number 3, the final day, if you guys are noticing what's with this golden highlights on screen, those are basically where we start to crown our top 8 teams with the most accumulated points to go head-to-head with our final 8 director invite team in the finals, as we will crown the top 4 teams who will be representing APAC at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, we're looking at a certain cutoff point right now. Savage Men, they will be playing today alongside with MG Gaming, so they have plenty of chances to search further ahead, where Take Me Please, Roy Esports, and Team Flash, Mile Gaming, they definitely have plenty of opportunities to look for an overtake in that essence. So look at the current leaderboard, I think like the cutoff point is still around a high 60-pointer mark.
Oh, yes.
Or it could be very
Definitely.
well over 70 in a sense. So we'll have to see how well will they be able to pace themselves across all 6 maps to be played out. So definitely a whole lot to talk about. As per usual, we'll be starting things off over the course of Erangel for 2 back-to-back rounds, and then we will have Rondo on the third match, and right after that, it's going to be Tego, and we will end the night once more with that double Miramar round. So stock standard as it was, a lot of all these teams have already gotten used to, the tempo of play. It's a matter of how well will they be able to keep themselves surviving for the longest time in each respective match in that sense. So I'm looking forward. There's just so much on the line for these teams. We're talking about life-changing events if they were to make it all the way to Saudi Arabia. And there's another 8-seeded teams that's going to be awaiting them towards next week. So that's definitely, it's not an easy ride, but I'm definitely here to join alongside with their story.
Yeah, I mean, it can be quite confusing to really wrap your head around it as well, right? Because we are talking about like qualifiers into finals into the main event, and then after that you get the top teams to go into another qualifiers that also has to go through another finals before going to the grand finals as well. Yeah, it's a classic PUBG specials here, but it's totally understandable, right? Because this is APAC. APAC region has so many regions that go head to head with each other as well. Yeah. So we are really trying to find out which is going to be the best team. Only the best can represent before they go head to head with the entire world. Yes. By then it'll be the entire world, because at that point we already got their respective representatives as well. But for Group A, pretty much going to be really comfortable as well. I think MG, and particularly as we saw from the total leaderboard as well, right, Contra, where for both MG and NR or Nirvana Rebirth Gaming, right, was currently sitting at the 7 and 8 spot. Well, pretty sure they're currently shaking in their boots slightly here because they're from Group A. So that's they pretty much did their best to earn as much points as possible. But like you said, the safety net is 50+. And they are currently both being at the 50-point marker, sitting at the 7 and 8 here. So maybe the see other team might overwhelm them here. But it's too much to say, right? As we also saw TMP currently being 47 points here. But you never know. This is PUBG. Anything can really happen. We have seen teams having some good games. We also have seen teams from the very first day come out of the block strong, fantastic as well. And to just go into day 2 where things just didn't really go according to plan here. But I'm not really jinxing the team. I'm just restating what we both have seen in the past here. But regardless, I'm really excited to have a really exciting game today.
Yeah, me too. Like, overall, there can be a couple of theories that we can work around with where yesterday we've seen, of course, BRU as well as FW Esports Tribe. BRU is leading the charge with so much points that they have a lot of surplus that even if they were to sit out, I mean, like, they're definitely sitting out for today. They will be guaranteed that top 8. I mean, they're looking untouchable. FW Esports is also looking very likely to be in that prime form as well. So there is a chance where, who knows, FW Esports, they trample the lobby and leave crumbs for the rest of these teams. So teams like MG might still have a small little gap of a leeway to maybe squeeze their chances. But when you're around those 50 over points, man, you'll be concerned. You'll be tuning in right now, hoping that these other teams did not outperform you. And speaking of performance right now, these teams are about to put their peak performance onto all 6 maps that we played out today, starting with this one as we go back to good old Erangel.
Yeah, the beautiful greenery, the map that will probably have every player has at least more than 1,000 hours has played on this map for as well. Sure, it has undergone certain changes at certain areas of the map, but other than that, it's still the same old Erangel, the one that we all love and known, and probably cried on the most compared to the other maps that we have seen in the past. We do have the other previous map that's currently not in the pool, like maps like Vikendi. That's pretty cool too as well. But this time this rotation is just going to stick with the new ones, which is Rondo and Taker. But Water Flight Path coming in, teams should be able, although it is somewhat slowly shifting towards the more eastern side here, but teams still can do that long parachuting towards the north side if they, or at least northern western side if they choose to go for, or drop relatively more earlier just to secure those vehicles if they spot it before most other teams.
True enough, and it's a steady start for Mercenaries as well as JFT. We've definitely gotten a little bit of a tiny break for some of these guys out there, so I want to see what exactly are the adjustments to be made. Are they going to be playing a lot more for placements, or are they gonna go full aggro? Since some of these teams they got nothing to lose, as we are definitely surprised with what was the outcome out of day 2 with their debut Group C joining in yesterday.
Oh,
It feels like Armory Gaming is up to challenge UB so early on, and it's gonna be a 3 versus 4. So it's going to be a scramble for weapons. I believe Armory Gaming is a little bit more well-equipped because they dock right through first. And just like that, goes for a change. Calcom finding the first knock onto IA. Binnick to follow suit on a different territory while Namwans tries to pull back. It's going to be a tough defense for some of these guys out there. The first nade being lopped out, not really finding the mark. And now they're out for the chase. They do have a bike with them, so we'll be able to have one player to be at least readjusting into a different position or absolutely bail out of this one. We got a BD14. He still gets the job done, and it's just a tough ordeal for both sides of the team, but AG does come up on top.
yeah, this is not the first time for AG as well. From yesterday as well, there was also a few times where they went the location they drop upon was also encountered with another team. But at least this time, they were able to get a nice 52 kills points for themselves here. UB, good call for at least half of the team members as well. Very quick with the rotation. Gone to the next best thing. We saw one member with the bicycle cycling off into the horizon. And our dear friend Hoan, on the other hand, currently couldn't find any vehicles nearby. But definitely just running on foot because it's understandable, right? It's your last 6 games here. Even though, sure, you're coming into... It's unfortunate that you lose 2 of your members relatively early in phase number 1 as well. Probably not the best time to lose your members, especially since this is the very beginning of the game as well. But with 2 members, you play your cards, right? You play, maybe you go for placements as well. There are alternatives. There is somewhat of a fallback policy for this guy to work around with as well. So we're definitely not going to be the end of them for now.
True enough, and of course, like you said, there's just ample of work for them to be able to secure their spot at this very moment. AG, especially, Armory Gaming has not had the best start possible on yesterday's run, and therefore they really have to play catch up, only having a total of 20 points right now with the 2 kills that they did manage to acquire in that early scuffle with UB. Now, another team that I'm definitely looking forward for their return right now is Roy Esports. We've seen high impact plays coming out of Teddy, who's always been at the forefront to always keep up with those points for his team. And with even names like Setsuna and Jexi now joining alongside the rest of Roy Esports, they're looking better than ever, though there is definitely a lot of all these maps for them to slowly make room for the top 8. I do think that they're definitely on a decent trajectory. They started things off with 46 points, so it wouldn't be too difficult, but you gotta also take a look at who else is ahead. There's still TMP, who was the second best performing team out of this Group C, so I really want to see whether or not will this be a similar tempo of play coming from the side of TMP when you still have a titan like FW Esports that shown their capability with all the high volume of frags that they could acquire round after round.
It's also good that from day number 1 to the points that they have managed to achieve for themselves, and I'm not just talking about TMP, I'm talking about like Roy Esports as well, Mel Gaming, especially FW Esports from yesterday's day 1 performance, absolutely phenomenal as well. With the points that they managed to secure from themselves, all the hard work really paid off for them here, because at least now for day number 2, there's a little bit more leniency for mistakes here. Like if they were to fumble, probably a player or 2 probably wasn't able to earn as much points. Not a donor. I'm not talking about donor points. I'm talking about like at least you get like probably like 5 or 6 points. You're still not really losing out. You're pretty much like 40 to almost 80 points here for a lot of our currently for our top 6 or top 7 teams here as well. So it will be a pretty simple task for them to just have at least 1 or 2 good games, or maybe even if you don't really have a good round, but if you can walk out with just like 2 squads worth of points out of this round, just 8 points for yourself, it's also still going to be pretty impactful for a lot of these guys here. So yeah, been pretty good so far.
I absolutely do agree. I mean, on paper, everybody, I mean, every team involved is hoping to at least have these kind of protocols. Like, okay, if we're not going to have any space to actually get in the zone, let's actually go into a duel. Let's actually secure a couple of points before we bow out if we could not really play any further. So, more often than not, these kind of last stands that we've seen actually see certain players thrive the most when they're under pressure. And one such team is TTS. This team is a team that can just go full heavy metal on to somebody out there. So, of course, one of Vietnam's finest teams. We're hoping to actually see a little bit more consistency out of them because there were certain times that they were too engrossed in some of all these fights, and just by doing so, they either get gate-kept by the rest of the pack that were getting priority in this zone instead. So I want to see a little bit more of that fine adjustment if they could. Mercenaries camping out over onto the corners of the bridge, as this is going to be a portion of the Phase 1 zone. So they're hoping to catch some of all these stragglers over onto the island if possible, or just making sure that they check some of all these checkpoints all across Milta to know that the coast is clear. But, you know, the first zone is looking pretty much decent for a majority of all these teams, as it's going to be somewhere towards the mainland, covering areas like Shelter as well as Pochinki at the moment. So I don't think that is all too uncomfortable. These teams, they should know what exactly to do and which are some of the vital spots to hold out in the early phases of the match, which is why we're looking at a little bit of a standstill. Nobody wants to crash out super early considering the stakes.
Yeah, it's still a relatively good circle. So you've got a pretty nice central part of the map. Might be a little bit of a different story because a part of the circle, at least the southern side of the circle, did somewhat cap towards Military Island as well. Could be a different story if it keeps going further down south. So, but for now, I think a lot of teams are just able to get to where they want to go, except for very few unique scenarios like what happened to UB and AG earlier than what we witnessed just now. But, you know, other than that, right, I believe, especially for some of these teams after from day one game and then yesterday's game as well, I believe a lot of other kind of teams that really start acknowledging or start realizing like what needs to be done after that first day of gameplay, right? Like the question usually comes to the head is usually like, guys, what could we have done better? What could we do? What should we work around with this? And usually the teams that really thinks about this after post games or post mortem kind of situation, right? This is really where real greatness really comes from for a lot of these guys here. And although we are looking at the currently for Justice for Tomorrow JFT currently on screen, and some of our bottom 4 teams here, I'm not really going to count them out just yet because at one point I thought for a second like maybe like teams like Attack and Clan, for example, they won 16 points, but yesterday they earned a whopping 54 points on themselves, earning them the spot currently in one of our top 8 with 64 points from themselves here. Sure, not really out of the woods just yet, but I still like to see the potential coming for a lot of this team, as you know, usually day 1 has been quite a ritual for a lot of these teams where day 1 may not be performing as well, but day 2, that's when they start popping off because this is where things get really real.
True enough, and to my concern as well, you take a look at some of all these names on the list. Milu only has 7 points. This is a team who have not really made a mark in this scene just yet, and it's great to see all these new faces really going up for the challenge. Now, X-Men as well as Team Flash, they're in the best position possible, but they are definitely expecting a lot of teams to be moving towards the direction. Starting off with DBH, who are moving on course to take them on. FW Esports having Raze already caught out, and AG have been able to add one more to the table.
Yeah, that is a really good shot. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but, you know, they just most likely had to work with 3 members. And let's be honest, these guys are used to working with this kind of scenarios, whether a member shot or not. They've been through these trials before. They can try to overwhelm and try to do this again. But on the other hand, we do see a little bit of a backstab here. Looks like our team LFT is stuck between the rock and the hard place. They found a ditch for themselves, but it's not really the most forgivable territory or the safest one either way here. So gotta be really careful about this contract.
Yeah, it's going to be James that actually lands the mark, tries to secure the point as well, but he goes down instead. Now down to the rest of LFT to retaliate. Mount Rush only down to 5 HP, and it's going to be a different angle being held by Team Flash that deters their presence. And Voltage, what an angle that was set. Just slowly withering them down. LFT at least gets a couple of points back out of all these difficult circumstances, like you said, stuck in the middle of these two teams, and even TTS is tagging alongside over on North Point. So this is going to be a good opportunity with weakened squads right at the forefront. Nalty is seizing the opportunity while there's just so many smokes as well. And this is the problem about this zone where you still have the river to be intercepting them in between. So Meldy's going to be able to secure not one, not two, but about 3 under his belt. Well, actually, it's just 2. I kind of didn't do the math for that split second. Well, Tom Bin also found himself a little bit of target. So this cross section is definitely tough, and everybody's fighting for this potato hill at this moment. And at the very least, whatever cover that he has for the creases, they will make do with it. Another great catch over onto Leon's as the rest of TTS is just farming big numbers out of this skirmish.
Oh, dude. Now talk about great mind thing alike, right? Because a lot of these teams, they saw the circle, they saw the potential of the center. By the way, this current position is the center part of the current circle now, right? So everyone had a reason to come here, but they weren't really so fixated at the point until they started seeing the kill feed. Everyone goes in, they want the points, they want to secure it for themselves, and they got the confidence of the gunplay as well. Pretty much why you see like multiple teams. I think there was like 4 teams crashing at that location alone here. And by the way, what a spray coming from Cessna. FW Esports just lose the number of members that they have is just constantly dwindling down as unexpectedly more teams have already somewhat solidified their positioning at this current phase 2 as well. TTS not even really out of the clear. DBH just barely got out with whatever wounds that he just barely patched up as well. And Team Flash naturally also joining in the fray because they all want these points. They all want this. They all want to farm this potential kill points on themselves here. And I think a lot of this team didn't expect so many points to suddenly to literally be so prosperous in front of them here.
Wow, take a look at the zone. It's just absolutely brutal if you think about it. All these teams are bunched up over Nerve, so it's gatekeeping upon gatekeeping all the other rest of the pack other than the other 3 squads over on the south side to be squeezing by. So we'll have to see who's going to be able to at least outlast the brutality of what these teams have to offer. But finding a target, there's going to be one member of AG being caught in the mix as well, as they're right now over onto the far north, barely anywhere close to the zone just yet. So ISG is trying to keep the rest of AG up the top of the hill, and they themselves have to slowly journey their way across. It's not going to be an easy task because there's Roy Esports, there's TTS, who's been on a flurry of engagements, which saw them actually thrive with a total of 5 points throughout all that chaos. Absolutely impressive that they still have 2 members intact. In most circumstances, you know, you're left playing a solo bolo round. So great on the members of TTS for that. Armory Gaming now tries to pave a path, going with a wide wraparound with Shanks, giving them intel from the skies. The only member on the glider for now, as we're going to be getting a little glimpse of a few squads over on the Nerf point, and Happy Squad's going to be happily taking an entire kill by themselves. Jexy this time finds Smile cutting across the corner on his UAZ, quickly takes him down. And Roy Esports so far very steady on their pacing. The artists holding true from the spine of the hill and find so many teams cutting across, but eventually they also have to make their way in. So it's going to be a full send coming out of Mile to be moving to the direction of TTS. Dizil absolutely prepared for this one. They do have a little bit more firepower from the wheels, and Nalty soaks every single drop of the bullet coming out of that. So Teddy, great eyes on Nalty. This is going to be a good chance for Mile to bypass while the rest of the mercenaries goes in. Perfect setup for B, and he's looking for Tree. There's no more room for the other members of Mile to play this one out, and he's just a monster in the mix of the field.
Well done coming from the Mercenary or B Mercenary here, wiping out the entire squad from himself. By the way, courtesy of Shanks from Armor Gaming for giving us this nice view, right? Look, did you see that circle, right? 60% land area as well. And look at the open fields in that circle too, right? Teams that's currently on that outskirts are now trying to just constantly wrap around and find a way to really push in. But look at the cost for that as well, since there are already teams here prior before them as well here. So, and even if they do get into the circle, oh my god, not again. See, back to the open areas once more, Contra. Even if they do get in, the big question for a lot of these teams right now is, where do we go from here? What do we do from here?
Yeah, it is definitely mind-boggling onto how this zone plays out for some of these teams out there, hitting it even more. Well, they will keep that in consideration later on. 1 HP, and somehow Reaper survives throughout it all. Having a little bit of smoke for cover as PV finds one back for the side of JFT. Reaper with a perfect nade lands onto Nile T. Dazel tries to fend him off, as he does have a little bit more of that coverage coming in with the emergency calls, when this could be Dazel now finding the right angles as they wither out. Take me, please.
Man, everywhere is every direction, every angle is a threat, and Dazel knows it too. And because of how the circle shift, he's not in a good spot either way, but he can't get in his vehicle at this moment point in time. He knows the ending of his story here, so he chooses to hang back here and see if he can try to farm up a couple of more of these kills as much as possible. But Roy Esports able to just sniff them up here. They know someone is there. Will they fully commit for this? Mercenary does drive past by him. Setsuna, of course, naturally will pay due diligence and secure their edge for themselves. Mercenaries only making their way in. It looks like Leo this time, from like taking a chapter from FW Esports Connoisseur's playbook yesterday, having his own Tower of Babylon towards the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, overall, looking real good. Roy Esports really had a prime position for them to catch onto so many moving targets, and they've been rather safe throughout the entire for all those events. Now look at Justice for Tomorrow. Today, starting off with so much of a better performance with PV leading the pack. 2 points already under his name, as he is going to be able to swing all the way towards the far south, finding themselves a compound to hold out. So this is going to be great news for the rest of the squad hailing from Australia. Teddy, so far looking super sharp as well. I keep seeing his name popping up in the feed.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a marksman battle for a lot of these guys as well. Even Roy Esports, Happy Squad, they've been pretty quiet so far. They snagged a couple of kill points for themselves here, but unfortunately, I think their Algin bots were not going to be able to save his team a 10 trip or his life for the matter here. So unfortunately, Happy Squad will be removed from play. But hey, you know, at least they went out with 3 points on themselves. Sure, it's not a lot, especially since they're currently at the 23rd placing here, or at least the 15th placing here now among our top 6. Like, there was a chance that it could have shifted anywhere away from the compound, since the compound was pretty much placed at the southern edge side of the circle here, but it went straight south down. So JFT, definitely with a full-fledged party as well, definitely feels having a lot more advantages or chances to secure at least that top 4 spot for themselves here, compared to the other teams currently who are still playing in that open fields.
That's right, Runax right now just finding a great glimpse of these other members of Mercenaries, as it's all down to the smokes to subside, and then he will get this opportunity on his Dragunov. It's definitely a very tough place for the rest of the field to be, and Runex, he's all by himself, as well as he soaked in a little bit of a tough challenge coming in from the north in order to land themselves here over onto the wheat fields. Armor Gaming to be doing exactly the same, but at least they do have a little bit more manpower. Shank's kind of stranded over onto this far corner. As much as Mercenaries, the ones that have been tagged, they've been keeping themselves afloat very, very well. The rest of Roy Esports right now, holding firm as they finally found a safe passage to follow suit. And I really love this late rotation coming in from Roy Esports. They've been really hugging by the edges, really clipping onto everybody else, and right now, seeking for opportunities. Teddy! I don't even know how exactly they spot out Shanks, but I believe he's seen those flying bullets to be sent towards mercenaries, and this is where they found those replies.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully, he's... Oh. Thankfully, he was in a really good spot as well, right? So, but you know, naturally, you're pushing into, you're basically a lot of these teams is pushing into fields, right? So there really isn't a lot of buildings except for JFT's current position, so not a lot of cover either as well. So I'm expecting a lot of terrain, field play, cliff play, probably a couple of pits play as well for the long side. Just trying to just maybe see if they can find a situation or at least find a dip for themselves, right? Otherwise, it's just edge clearing, sweeping. This is going to be like, this is going to be an outside game for this match, it seems, for a lot of these guys here. Well, except for JFT, they've been pretty comfortable unless the circle shifts. They will not be the one that cause their end. It's actually going to be in the hands of Savage Man Esports instead. So Mercenary Smell still standing tall, trying to find the line side here. Too many angles for them to cover. They're just trying to play around the trees, making sure their angle's not really spotted by someone else. Good call coming from Smell. But they're slowly making their way in. Just find Roy Esports here. Gets the first knock, tries to leave with a second. A perfect connection transition coming in from Smell to get the 2 knock. That's impactful. Last Roy remain. Sorry, Last Roy. This literally disintegrator here. As it now comes down to our final few teams here. Top 5 at JFT, still looking pretty fine for themselves here. Wasn't they actually push out from the compound? Good call too. They didn't really look too good for themselves. Setsuna, last man, got a knock but couldn't convert to the kill. So it's gonna be finally knocked down here. We have our final top 4. The compound is no longer JFT's hand here. They really noticed the circle shift here. So now they're playing around the outskirts here, playing for the edge sweep here, since they still have the man advantage. But not, I mean, pretty much same as for Mercenaries and AG as well.
Going for even more right now. Mercenaries right now 8 points as B is going to be finding a path to push right through, and the rest of the field looking worse for where JFT as well as AG Global with a grand chance for the chicken dinner right now. IPS still having this shack to hold out. Is just by the very corner of the zone as JFT is going to be looking for a little bit more easy task for the rest of Armory Gaming to serve up ahead. And so far, this has been the best performance that we're looking at for the side of JFT, offering for the rest of the field. So I fancy their chances for today's run with a total of 38 right now.
Now this is okay. So it's like, as I mentioned before, right? We're going to be expecting a lot of edge plays here, right? So that's the goal. I love the positioning coming from a lot of these teams, right? Coming from AG and JFT, not really splitting themselves too far from each other. Just really trying to group up as much as you can, because while you're playing around the edges as well, you really need someone to keep an eye on certain angles from the incline hills, from the top of the hill, on the side as well. They won't have to worry too much about teams like Mercenary from scaling up this hill, but AG on the other hand, Horse is covering, checking out potential spots that AG members could take for cover here. He's looking at one potential side, but it looks like UNQ finds an opportunity through the bush hedges corner and gets a couple of pot shots in. Not enough for the knock, unfortunately, but at least this somewhat gives away a potential position. That's pretty much why you see Shoehorse currently reposition his crosshead left side of that tree, which he was initially looking at in the first place here. Now we do see the next circle shift. Favoring, of course, Mercenary has been pretty fine. ISG, naturally, they've been playing with the shack so far. It's going to be Runox. It's been playing pretty quiet so far. I love to see today if they do be a little bit more proactive, since this is the last.
Now there's only going to be a member left for the side of AG. Well, Pivy tries to deal with the rest of the field with Mercenaries safely sheltered inside of the shack, but they're slowly getting tagged from an alternate angle at the very same time. So down to Shanks, found himself a little bit of cover, but this is barely in the zone. I'm kind of concerned for Armory right now, whereas this could very well be a strong chance for JFT to secure their first chicken dinner while B fends them off. Lost Smoke's now being primed over onto the fields as they're trying to pave that path, and with Achille in all of the arsenal that he has, he will be able to trade right back. B eventually took out PB while he had a little bit of contact with another member of his own. And justice for tomorrow still has you Horrors having one member planted over the hillside. That blue zone grenade just about enough to take out B.
Oh, now we're down. Now every team is just down to their last member as well. I think even for AG, really hurts them a lot more because they just couldn't expect that one remaining members of ISG, who's been playing pretty quiet at Eastern on their western side, to be the downfall for two of the members and even wiping out the entire squad. Runox alone wiped out the entirety of Armory Gaming here. What a lad, walking out with a lot of points on himself. He's been pretty quiet, he's been pretty silent for the early part of the phases, but now he reveals his true intention. Yeah, but this also gives a little bit of an opening for JFT to revive their down members as well here. So now they know where Runox is. He's nowhere near, doesn't really have the best of cover here, but now the nade will connect on Smell, and that looks pretty great.
And PV's left with only 8 HP, and Runax again tags him off. Who's exactly going to take the win? It's ISG! A clutch win coming in from the Japanese roster, and Irohani Popeto Samurai Gaming have done it. What are the odds? I mean, he was left alone for most portion of the game, and I thought for a second that LFT could have actually secured a whole lot more through that ordeal. But man, we gotta take a look at the highlights of this match once more.
What a way to match one. Oh.
Yeah, what a way to get really kick-started. I mean, I'm on the same notion as well. When we saw a clutch play coming out of Runex, he's only having a Dragunov in hand to be able to slowly seek out one after another because he was all left alone in the field that nobody suspected him to be there, and he's done a fantastic job, man. I guess we'll come back for even more PUBG action right after a couple of minutes as we still have 5 more maps remaining.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, Ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers: Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, Red Zone, BRDM, and items like the Zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works. Be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Oh boy, match one. If I had to give a title for match one, was going to be an absolute slaughter. Every team was on a high rise of aggression, trying to find as many kills as much as possible here, as everyone really want to try to end the final day of the tournament on the high note or the best note as much as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the APAC Online Qualifier. So the play-ins here, I'm also known as Yodeling, and gracing us at the castle desk is the one and only Contra.
And of course, when we take a look at what went on, I think this was the biggest performance out of Justice for Tomorrow, as we've seen PV really go on a rampage. And like I said, everyone really had all hands on deck. Look at the kill volumes overall, right? Roy Esports with 10, 8 for Armory Gaming, 10 for JFT, and so much more. But the biggest victor out of the many was the Samurais, where they walk away with a chicken dinner, all thanks to the heroics of Runex alone. So they definitely caused a stir throughout this whole leaderboards, as we're looking at Roy Esports so far maintaining their pace, and now moves over onto that 7th spot. And this is where things get a little bit dicey for MG Gaming, because they're holding on to that 52-pointer. Team Flash is only 1 point to match that number. Same goes to Take Me Please, as well as Navaran Gaming Nirvana Rebirth Soldiers to be very close by, and Samurais with that chicken dinner now puts themselves ahead with a total of 44 points. So Group C is looking rather strong right now.
It's not just Irohani Puppet, the Samurais, right? They've been really popping up for this tournament, but JFT in that last round, that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? So this is where, and it's not just them, you know, as we saw from our top 8, everyone was getting like 10 kills, 9 kills, 6 kills, then we're back to 8 kills once more, and even if they don't get the placements, they still walk out with 10 kills. I'm like, okay, especially AG in particular, I'm like, whoa, that's absolutely insane. But this is what I'm talking about, right? Everyone knows what's up. And I am expecting a lot of this team to really step it up here. So this is where we start seeing teams really pulling their weight here for match number 1. This is exactly what I like to see, and exactly what I'm going to be expecting for the next few matches. Don't get me wrong, for the rest of the team that really bailed out early, this is sadly the nature of the competition, right? There's always going to be someone that's going to be on the better end of the gun, and sadly someone has to be the one to take the fall here. That's the nature. I don't like it. I feel everyone's a champion here to me, but that's just how it is.
Definitely, and right now moving into the very final match in Erangel. We're gonna have it start off from the far northwest, coming in from Zarki, headed into Milta Power as well as Novo Rubnoy. So I think options are plenty with this form of passage, where a lot of all these teams will most likely be able to get to where they need to be.
Oh yeah.
But the question here remains is that, is UB gonna go and challenge Armory Gaming once more? It doesn't seem to be very likely. And for the looks of it, AG, they're already moving into the areas of shooting range, as I believe they will be headed to Severity eventually. LFT takes a different approach. Now that they're looking at Zarki to be the opening point, they wasted no time. They won those early loots so that they could make those quick wraparounds around the map. Whereas I'm looking at the rest of the field right now. They are really, really ramping up. I mean, that round in particular, it was so rowdy to the point that we saw how much space was there really left that is actually playable. It's only the hillside, which is why everybody's been moving rather late from the north.
I'm also, while by way of your fantastic analysis as well, Contra, also just looking at which particular team is going to go where. This time AG still playing towards the center part of the circle, despite giving the option. I think they really have a good read, right? They really understand it's a great flight path, but that's most likely a lot of people really trying to secure a lot of this for themselves. So they went, and especially after experiencing from last match as well, where they dropped at the same location with Unity Brothers as well. They want to try to avoid that early confrontation. Don't get me wrong, I think they don't mind entertaining the idea of the adrenaline, but this is the final day. 5 matches left to go here, so they weren't able to secure the chicken dinner for themselves, but they got decent placement and a lot of kill points. They really want to keep this kind of ball rolling for themselves, so they went for a little bit more outskirts to the north side of Severny. Even Irohani Perpetual Samurais. And it's to be expected as well. This is a team that's been playing really slow, really loves to play, and land a location that's really far away from majority of a lot of these teams, and they slowly make their way in. This team has a lot of potential, Contra. I just wish they had a little bit more proactiveness like what we saw from last match here.
True enough, and speaking of proactiveness, I mean, I think the pacing of majority of all these teams were pretty good. Of all the teams out there that I was impressed by, Roy Esports, they really found some really good holding points for them to really farm those numbers, and they were super proactive. How many times we've seen Teddy's name appear on the board? Plenty of times, I lost count. And take me, please. I don't think that they've been able to really convert all too much throughout of the whole mess that's going on through the Potato Hills, right? Because they were one of the early movers, and they got caught up in between. So I guess this time around, are they going to try to take things maybe a notch slower, if that's going to be the case, so that they could kind of emulate what exactly some of these members of Roy Esports did? We'll have to find out. So out of all of that, I mean, this is a huge comeback performance, not only for ISG, LFT as well. Now they are just 1 point to chase up against Armory Gaming. So I'm liking the look of what these teams offer right now. After taking a day's break, they're looking better than ever. And I don't know, maybe they had a Kit Kat. This is not sponsored by them by any chance. They definitely took a really good break.
Oh yeah. And most likely also went back to the drawing board, right? Just really trying to recollect. I mean, this is where greatness comes from, right? Like when you tend to just take a step back just to realize what was the mistakes done from the round, right? I mean, sure, that 5 minutes break that we have, or most likely 10 minutes for some of these guys as well, right? Those who fell relatively more earlier, that we had a more opportunity to just really recollect, right? It's like, okay, where do we go? Look at AG, for example. Look at Unity Brothers, for example, right? Unity Brothers fell so early. Some of the rest of the team, what did they do? While they're watching this game, sure, they have one member probably analyzing, but at the same time, they probably just talk to among themselves. All right, we landed the spot. This is our last ranked match. Let's try not to clash with our team. That's where we start, even with the fly path as well. We do see a little bit of a change for some of the respective teams. Some still pretty confident wherever they land, even if another team were to drop upon them as well. Will entertain the idea for a fight. But other than that, everyone's just able to plan out their routes accordingly. And I think that's fantastic, really.
True, and you talk about changes. Jay Skur, this is his debut over on the span of this play-in rounds. He wasn't playing back on day one, and perhaps this is going to be a positive change. But Jay, does he know for a fact that there is a lurker right across? Mega's not going to allow him to move deeper into the field to catch onto Repo. Thankfully enough, he survives some tags coming in from Mega on the Dragunov. I mean, it's pretty good, I must say, but we definitely know who exactly was the master of Dragunovs. Looking at Runex on that pass round, he's been absolutely sublime with his clutch performance to secure the chicken dinner. Lobster Grenade almost catches over onto Repo. And Jay Skur managing to at least fend off for the meantime. And when you're playing inside of ruins, there's still plenty of all these walls for cover, so it is not going to be an easy task, even if you were to go on a 1v1 duel, let alone if you have an entire 4x4 team to, go at it. So right now, calm before the storm, we're looking at pretty similar in the form of the zone that is being played out. This time, no water to interrupt them in between the rivers, so there's a lot more ground control, where if teams want to play across Pachinki, they could, which is why you're looking at multiple teams charging right here, hoping to secure the church. And right now, whoever is going to be landing hit slightly later might also be looking to book different territories. A couple attacks now being sent right in. Mayo hoping to find Upchin, but he managed to just run right for cover. So it's going to be another attempt coming from Moss in order to see if they could find that opportunity against Savage Men, the hot favorites to be able to qualify to the grand finals right now. Last match, despite them having a really good position, I thought they could have actually converted a whole lot more, but they could not solidify their stronghold over the south side. So this time, they want to be sure of it. They are taking the center stage right now, so getting a little bit more of that high ground would definitely give them a little bit more edge, but right now, being peppered by Mile, they got to hold back for now.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty tough for Savage Man as well, especially for the last match, right? Like, they got a good spot, but it was also a spot that was pretty enticing for a lot of teams too, right? So a lot of them just pretty much just crashing upon it. Roy Esports pretty much was the detrimental team for their entire plan for the holding out that position. But just like you were talking about Mega, right? And then when you were talking about Mega trying to go for pot shots, I instantly got flashbacks from yesterday's game, because he alone was like the reason why a lot of teams actually suffered towards the final circle, because he's a solo player, right? He's hiding down, being quiet, just tagging people from the back of their heads as well, really throwing a wrench in their players. I'm just like, oh no, not him again. But other than that, Unity Brothers, they're back into action this time. Their first match probably went off with a round with a donut. That's unfortunate, but they definitely have a lot more vigor to at least secure more points for themselves, at least for this round.
True enough, and as you can see, there's just a little bit more of that spacing in between all these squads at this moment, when there's just no room for error on you. Like, looking at how the game one panned out, it was very difficult to manage situations for most of all these teams, because there's just multiple little squads around every corner that they turn to. So that being said, it is going to be a very careful approach for the likes of many out of the 16 squads. So right at this moment, when we were taking a glimpse of the entire list of names on that leaderboard, realistically, anyone with those 30-pointer margin has a very strong chance to move into the top 10. Of course, we'll definitely see changes rounds after rounds, as we'll expect more of these names to be surging up ahead. Right now, at the moment, Roy Esports as well as Team Flash will play as gatekeepers to the top 8 in the them sitting at 9th place, but they only need 1 point to match that 8th place rank currently being held by MG Gaming, which aren't playing today. They don't have any more chances, so unlikely for MG Gaming to make it through, sorry to say. I mean, they definitely were putting up huge performances in certain rounds back in yesterday's run, but it's just sad that it wasn't entirely enough when you have so many great talent across the rest of APAC to be playing out. Now, we get a glimpse of that mini-map. Now, where is this going to take us?
Ooh, still
into the middle.
Yep, still another dead set in the center. A lot of teams still very happy with this as well, since a lot of teams have at least someone predicted, or at least banked on the fact that the circle will at least go within, or at least they'll still will be within the circumference of the circle itself here. So they've been pretty fine about this. Tin Soldiers, on the other hand, last round, I believe they did a pretty decent. They managed to rack up a couple of points from last round, if I'm not mistaken. Here, just let me do a quick math here for themselves. Yeah, they did 6 kills for themselves. One of the teams actually got 6 kills on the round. No placements, unfortunately, here. But because naturally, like I said before, right, it's all about that build-up. As long as you're earning some points as you slowly make your way towards the end. And don't forget, TDS has a total of 40 points here. So 1 or 2 good games is pretty much going to be really good to really set them in a really good place. But however, for now, it's all about building up to that one final moment here. And now we're currently looking at our previous winner chicken dinner, the team that won on the last match as well. You know, with the play that Runas was going for Contra, didn't really look like the way of the Bushido. It feels like the way of the Shinobi instead, you know?
He definitely is. Makes it look super good. Like, that final few tags, especially him taking out those members of Armory Gaming last round, was phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like that collab when they were trying to drive into those corners, with him clearing out those space, he essentially just annihilated whatever threat that was being sent his way.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of want to see those kind of big exemplary plays, wherever it may be on those final stand, to be performing at Runax's rate at the very least. Now, Mercenaries, back in the very first day, I believe the bulk of their points is also coming in from eliminations alone. Last round,
9
also
kills.
almost 9 kills, almost double digits. And right at this moment, Milu's got a huge supply dropping right through, so they'll be able to stock on some goodies. Level 3 gear for Jatin. They got themselves a Mark 14. Just essential for them to be going for those long-range tags up against Happy Squad. Great call. I mean, this definitely will give a little bit more signal warning for Happy Squad to stay put. Nuh-uh, you can't challenge our estate right now. And I want to see how well can Milu hold on to this compound, because this is smack dab between Rozak as well as Pachinki. And more often than not, this spot will be a very, very strong point to play in the late game.
Yeah. I mean, it also depends on the circle, right? If the circle heavily shifts to the eastern side, then most likely you have the moon, because they're not really, like, sure, they're pretty center of the circle. If the circle keeps proceeding to the center part of it as well, then I think Team Milo should be able to stay within the compound for at least one more phase. But I also believe they won't stay in this location for too long. So we'll just have to see how the phase 3 really looks like for them here. Now, FW Esports. Last round, oh, hold on, just to see what the phase 3 looks like for us, dear viewers. And it goes right dab in the middle. All right, so yeah, so thankfully for Team Milohi, they won't have to relocate themselves. They can play for another phase, unless if they feel like they're up for the challenge. Relocate a little bit earlier towards the center part, find a nice hillside for themselves here, because that hill, we saw that green patch control. It's a lot of trees, a lot of forest for them to play with here, but that's of course if they go there early before the rest of the team, which is why we see UB currently making that massive rotation and a flip, unfortunately, at the same time.
Oh, thank goodness he didn't tumble through his journey, but he will go down on his knees. Tanbin, absolutely insane. And that's actually a game that actually gets attacked by Italy. You see other teams looking to capitalize it as well. The brothers right now finds themselves a space inside the school apartments, but it is far from over. LFT also charging right through, and it's just turbo by the schools with detonation from right across. Guyman now barely hanging on, and he just turns the other way around. The timing was just tough for him to really deal with those kind of cards. Now down to only Leon. He's trying to flush out that one now with the flashbang. He will be able to find a little bit of angle. He tries to recover, but there's no time to do so. UB down and out. Leon's with the clutch. And now back towards the side of Roy Esports as they deal with the rest of FW. We're in down, and there's only one player left. I don't think that 6-sack's going to be revived. Take a look at where Razy's at. He's so far off. So he has to play it as a Lone Ranger, and he's not even in the zone just yet. A tough call to make, and Mercenaries currently being bombarded yet again, holding into the same position just like last round, and we are getting ourselves a repeat of history as these two teams fend each other off from the same hill that they fought.
Oh no. Although they are suffering brutal confrontation as well, but they are drawing quite the attention for a few of the nearby teams here. That's going to be Happy Squad. They know this is the time for them to be aggressive. They saw the kill feed. They're seeing a decent amount of knocks, but look at the positioning coming from the members of Happy Squad, right, Contra? Not fully committed to this. They're still somewhat keeping their distance here. Just close enough to at least try to flush them out with nades, get a couple of pot shots with the marksmanship, and it looks good. That two-man nade connection to get the knock on Hune. More coming in for the secure and still trying to force them back. And now, unfortunately for Mercenary, it seems that they're stuck between two teams at the moment point of time.
And this is barely enough cover for them. I mean, how much time can be bought right now? Are they going to fight back? I don't think that they have the space to do so at this very moment. The rest of these members of Happy Squad charging right through, while Irohane Pupeto Samurai once again added with the long-range tags. The hero Runax looking for a target as it shifts further up the hillside, this time favoring the rest of Team Flash, who haven't gotten in the mix for far too much. And good news for Savage Men, they also find themselves in the zone as well.
A lot of trees, it's going to be a lot of hills and a lot of trees for them to work with here. So Savage Man, a lot of these guys is pretty safe. I can't say the same for Mercenary because they're still really not out of clear. They lost their vehicles. Even if they had a vehicle, the tire is pretty much just gone and smoking as well. So it's going to be a rough, it's quite the stinker for them to really get out of it. And speaking of stinkers, unfortunately for UB as well, they really, sadly, they are replicating what happened from match number 1. FW Esports also following in. So these were the same two teams that fell early from the last match as well here. So unfortunately, FW Esports just can't replicate the same success that they had from yesterday's game as they won as they got second place in both of their ranked matches here.
Yeah, at the very least, FW Esports got just about enough points to book out, so they don't really have any form of pressure to really secure, multiple chicken dinners unless they just don't like these other teams all too much, right? I don't want to see any of you qualify. I'm going to take all the points away, but of course, no pressure while Hongbo Lee goes in for the push onto TTS as a Vietnamese squad takes on another. TTS, they have just soaked in all these damages coming from across from miles away early on, and with Team Flash's position, it is definitely hard for them to even push up ahead. So the rest of Team Flash is making magic happen, while Happy Squad happily gatekeeping some of all these teams. They were holding on to those compounds for a long time with that 2-2 split. now that the coast is clear, when I say coast is clear, Milu's also charging right through, so hopefully they're going to be safe for the cut while Calcom gets a catch over onto James. I believe that's a fight that's currently happening through the apartment grounds once more, or with them leaving that vicinity. Long X as well as Team Flash, so much space for them to play out. They just know for a fact that these guys are right down under, and Long X somehow finds the detonation. Happy Squad to also follow suit, and these names are just slowly withering over on our screens. I'm not too sure how are they supposed to get a clean pickup, but they will try to do so with a couple of all these smokes to get themselves a little bit more cover. Happy Squad will take out the entirety of Milu. As you said, they ran out of that space because of that shift of the zone. And DBH also getting a little something in return, as these names are just happening all over the map. I mean, these teams are just fighting each other. DBH, words for word, tries to make that exit out of the apartments. No space for them, as Justice for Tomorrow has been holding that space from the top side of the hill.
Yeah, a lot of teams that had really initially like bunkered down in their spots here, definitely able to have a more solid hold for themselves. And at this point, they're just practically just farming with their marksmanship here. Especially, well, kudos to Happy Squad, getting a full team, full squad wipeout. That's fantastic, but not really out of the clear. Looks like Mercenary also going to be joining in the fray, trying to get a little bit of payback from what Happy Squad did to them in the first place. I did see a knock coming in from them here, but looks like Justice for Tomorrow will be able to flush out the remaining members here of Mercenary here, and they will be the next team to be eliminated from the map of Erangel here. AG still stuck between a shack and multiple angles in this first place here. Too many teams for them to deal with here, and I think that's just one of the few reasons why I did it a very clear example. If getting to the circle a little bit too late compared to most teams here, and now you're stuck with very limited choices for yourself here.
It definitely is very tough for AG. They're not even in the zone just yet. But last I saw, Cherry had a pop-off performance. LFT looking absolutely massive throughout this round. Huge dive, and Leon's, can he find it? Oh, just right in between. Should be able to settle the score. So one more added to the belt for LFT. He's trying his best to survive. Does he have enough time? 8 HP, and just not enough to cut through. Oh boy, LFT done just about enough, got themselves a couple of points, and right now we continue on with, of course, one of the strongest of what we've seen coming in from Oceania, JFT. So far paving a path, 6 points to their name, Cherry. Just marking onto those members of Armory Gaming, and the moment they step a little outline, it's either TMP or the JFT to really take on these two members, and really they have nowhere to go. They're squeezing over onto the high quarters, and Shanks has been spotted out. Porsche's getting those attacks done. He's being brought down on his knees as well. Cherry is the one to really find the mark. Shanks somehow got enough space, all thanks to Cherry helping out in the process.
Well done coming from Cherry as well. JFT just constantly being proactive throughout this entire round, taking any opportunity to just snipe these kills for themselves. Not necessarily have to take the fights head on, just steal it out, because we're currently at this current phase of the circle where a lot of teams from the north side is coming down south. So naturally going to be running a lot into these guys a lot more often here. So JFT taking the opportunity to go for those knocks. Wait, why but the Cherry still okay? Okay, from the screen for the kill feed, does it seem like he got knocked down? So all right, thank you, observer. So he went to full promo, went full defensive about it. Shoe Horse was able to find out one of the members here. It looks like Roy Esports will be eliminated away. Well done for JFT. 10 kills, by the way. Really coming online, this Oceania team. Really well done. Really happy to see this.
I gotta ask PV this, like, what do you guys have for breakfast? Because you guys are looking absolutely smashing the entire lobby. I mean, I've been can't formulate my own sentence perfectly. Yeah, it's dinner for us, but right? Time zone difference, I'm not too sure what time it is in Australia, though.
Right now, it's like 1 or 2 hours difference, 1.5 or 2 hours.
You're probably right. You're probably right. So that being said, I mean, so far they've been looking so phenomenal. Right now, double digits for JFT, looking for another top 4 finish, as we're only left with 5 teams remaining. Team Flash, they've been the Juggernauts over onto the zone for the longest of time. Long X was willing to also extend all the way onto the outskirts to try to pry onto some of all these targets over onto the far courses of the field, especially towards JFT. Shouldn't be too difficult for JFT to be able to move past him in essence, as there's a lot of space over the north. As I say that, home vote, he's going to be able to find it. Okay, Dusky now in trouble. Is there going to be anyone for the save, though? Because the rest of JFT is kind of scattered across the field. A little bit of spacing. Long X goes in for a little bit of a smoke tube, while Hongbo is back at it for more. And now, just causing chaos towards the rest of JFT. Now only down to Pivy. Oh, man. I think I sung too much praises for them.
I mean, not your fault entirely, man. With the amount of gunfire that's been popping up from these guys, from their harassing, right, and all these kills that they're farming, they're naturally, of course, drawing in the attention of the teams relatively nearby. And although it's phase 6, it's still somewhat of an incline hill, right? That's not sure. There's a couple of trees here and there, but it's not like maximum cover for these guys here. So naturally, the teams drawn in, they were attracted from all the knocks from the kill feed. They want to farm these kills, and unfortunately, JFT, they weren't able to hold their ground long enough here. So PUBG being the last man standing, probably could try to do the same play that Runox did. He slowly creep his way into the circle. He finds a lucky pick, but couldn't get the knock. As looks like Long Axe will be the savior for one of Savage Man Esports members. Now we are Final 4.
Team Flash have not really let the rest of JFT off the hook. They've been on the chase as well. Speaking of being on the chase, there's a huge name being set towards Leo all the way from downtown. Savage Man trying to fight back. ISG from the top side of the hill tries to at least draw a little bit more of that distance. Chen does actually nail it down towards Ghani, while Savage Man tries to find a little bit more of that spacing to play. They're just getting a little bit more to cover through the terrain for now. The city is also functional if they really want to swiftly boat cap, but it is rather risky at this point in time. We're onto this top for X-Men, finding themselves a little opportunity, but he's getting flash as well as aim punch with the M249 at the very same time. B-Neck with a blue zone grenade gets a clean takedown over onto Leo. And now Team Flash is looking to close it out. They got all that space and they go in for a wide wraparound. B-Neck with the damage, and he's going to pull quickly back over onto the course. Now down to only a few members left for side of Team Flash as they're all bunched up inside smoke. And over on back, IPS once again opening a little bit more of that room to fend off the rest, while Mile, they've been quietly staying silent inside the zone.
Oh yeah, no, Mal Gaming, they have no reason to come for this as well, especially when you're not really in the safe position at the same time. So they're pretty okay in the center of the circle. They just want to give some control. Love the position coming forward with this. I don't mind with the lack of aggression here. I will love a little, but you know, it's totally fine. They chose not to go for this here. However, the onslaught that's happening on the other side, looks like Savage Man Esports finally bites the dust here. Mal Gaming tries to get involved. Unfortunately enough, Team Flash, they have one member stationed to be the anchor here, the rear guard for the team here, and actually got 2 knocks in the process here, and that puts a full halt to the entire aggression coming from Mal Gaming here. Now comes out Flash, 1 member remaining. It's going to be Hong Vodich. Sadly, I don't think it's going to be close enough to same Law X, but Mal Gaming is going to reset themselves here to see how they recover. And ISG looks like they have also a potential chance to really bring back a second chicken dinner, and now we come down to the final 2 teams.
Huge catch there coming in from Jankov, and I was pretty curious as to why Team Flash kind of forced them to go in for the wraparound. They could have actually hold on to this high ground, which they were in that prime position to do so from the get-go, right? I guess that they are, yeah, exactly. And at the very least, they converted into a 9-pointer kill to be tabulated,
which is still a win,
by the end of the run. Yeah, and in the top 4 as well, that's going to be further solidifying their position with that total of 65 points. Well, Mile, this is their best opportunity to close out with a chicken dinner, and also a potential back-to-back win for ISG. This time, Runex is not alone. He still has his buddies right now playing within the field. So Muck over onto the low ground is going to be very cheeky on those kind of angles. Kurt's going to do exactly the same as he's trying to at least gain a little bit more intel on the rest of the members of IPS. Meanwhile, I'm not too sure how are they going to be able to really get those perfect angles through the foothill instead. And definitely, they have to isolate their targets one after another. Mile does a decent job, as both teams are actually hugging by the corners with maybe a little bit more of a wiggle room for Mile to skirt right across the center. And if ISG does not take charge eventually, they're going to run out of space as well. They take a look at Muck. He doesn't really have too much of a cover. So long as Kurt holds that angle, he's not going to be let off too easily.
I think it's the same thing, right? Both Kurt and Mark playing that anchor role where just to make sure that no team is trying to flank from the south side. But it's quite a stalemate that we're currently witnessing from these two teams because right now, the only intel that they have is there's a team somewhere over the hill, but they're not sure whether they scale up the hill, which is pretty much why you see IG not making any massive move. Same goes for Mel Gaming. Kurt is slowly being a little bit more, I won't say brazen. The right word is just being bold here because they just know intel. They need to go in and check things out. And now we see Mosajin and Kurt scale that hill, and then they notice, oh wait, there's gonna be another hill here. So now we have a little bit of advantage. Kurt being one of the few to take this advantage here. But Mark and the rest of the team, this could be a really tough spot for ISG.
It definitely is. And they understand that there's barely enough cover grounds for them to also work with. Perhaps Runex can pave a little bit of a passage, but even then, he's going to be giving out a little bit of sound cue. He actually runs over onto those corners, so you kind of don't want to give away your position at this moment. So we're going to leave it to the point that it shrinks directly to the center, and then they're just going to go full ham on these other opponents over the course. So I want to see what Milo does now that they do have the full squad intact. And look at the utilities. I mean, what Milo could start doing is that they could start tossing in a couple of all these frags on certain areas that they think that they're going to be passing through. And speaking of which, they're already going for those huge setups. Smokes into the center as we are seeing the rest of ISG to be moving further into the far western side. They're definitely taking their sweet time with this one, and well, that's going to be a call to check these corners, but finding nothing in return. AUG in the hands of DT. We got to see if he will be able to spot out Feven. He's just behind that tree. But he's already running out of utils. Only one frag grenade. A couple of all these to be set up as well. Great tags, and Irohani Popeto Samurai is already making those solid calls. He got the tank for cover. Is he going to be tanky enough, though, is the question.
This is really a tough situation here. The team that needs to descend the hill, the team that needs to potentially to scale out once the blue circle tags them behind the wall here. Who gets this advantage? We do see the pre-smoke trail being set up here defensively. Can also be seen offensively that allows some of the members of Male Gaming to push through aggressively. There goes Janku. Fever spots one, gets two, try to connect the third, succeed with the third, and now it's a 1v3. They wanted a slice of Feven, but he refused to give them any. Does he get a full squad wipe? Not too sure. But with that being said, Irohani, Papetta Samurai, secures the second chicken dinner back-to-back.
Oh, I thought Mile has gotten this pretty much covered, but they kind of botched it because those smokes, they were tossed into those angles that covers themselves only instead of blinding their enemies. And man, we got to go back to the highlights because Feven, that was a massive clutch. You know what they say? Patience is a virtue, especially for Irohani Puppetto Samurai Gaming. Man, Feven got the catch of his lifetime with all of the members funneling into that corner. Feven wastes no time. He just got the perfect angle to go in for the full down spray. And I was hoping for a response coming from Mile. All that big setup didn't lead to much. And of course, unfortunately, Miles got to lick that wounds. And man, Yoli, I guess we'll take a couple of minutes for some of these guys to cool down, and we'll be right back for more.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, red zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works. Be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR Rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here. So stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The sun is bright for the Warriors from the rising sun here. Irohani Pupetta Samurais landing their second chicken dinner back-to-back for our first 2 matches of our championship Sunday here for this tournament. And an absolutely phenomenal job coming from those 2 teams.
That's right, and overall, I just love their tenacity as well as their discipline, holding those angles right. Mile, they had a solid chance, but man, that push didn't really result to all too much. And with those 2 chicken dinners, Irohani Pupetto Samurai sits at the top of the table with a total of 34 points. Following closely is Justice for Tomorrow, as they definitely had leapfrog ahead, coming back from the brink. And when we take a look at the rest of the field as well, we are definitely seeing a whole lot more teams really being a little more feisty, aiming to get more of those kills under their belt. FW Esports just chilling for today, not really showing all too much, but of course we know what they're capable of. What they just have to do is a little bit of maintenance, currently sliding from that top position over to onto the course of number 3 right now. No one's gonna be able to touch Buram United for sure. For Crazy Rabbits is definitely gonna be up there on the field. So look at the current positioning for all the teams. Team Flash so far solidifies the ground with those 65 points, together alongside with Roy Esports and just above them Savage Man. So even with 2 chicken dinners, they're pretty close to move into the top 8 cut. Attacker Clan right now at risk of dropping out. I do believe with this kind of momentum, IPS, they could definitely do with a whole lot more, but we'll have to see if they could pull off the same strides moving into Rondo.
But you see, that's the crazy thing, right? Like, just looking from the leaderboard alone, now that 60-point marker doesn't feel like a safety net anymore, as more teams are really outperforming from day number 1 or their respective day number 1 here as they slowly climbing up the ladder. Look at for the rest of the team. Look at Irohani Pupetta Samurai, 9 place currently in the total leaderboard here. JFT also making massive waves, but of course do take into account for Group B and Group C, there's still 4 more matches, and of course we're moving to our 3rd one, which is Rondo here. Beautiful map of Rondo. Everyone else is slowly climbing up. NRG, MG, they're both 50 points respectively, but they can't earn any more points anymore. So at this point, this day is not over. This first 2 matches, everyone is on an all-time high, and so does tensions as well.
Yep, it's crunch time, baby, as we dive right through the fields. It's going to end up over onto the far quarters of Tin Long Garden. Well, most often than not, you will see teams to be prioritizing areas like Test Track, Joughton. The center of the field is always a good spot to be, as you could still traverse through a wide angle. And we're glad to also get some players back onto the gliders in the case if it's going to move over onto the outskirts. So we'll have to see if there's going to be any form of hot drop, because this is going to be a little bit of an oddball for the likes of many. We see Mile hot up the top to finish to be floating alongside with DBH, so we might even see that skirmish happening very early on. X-Men over onto the corners of Tuling is a decent spot for them to kick things off with, and Roy Esports kind of have changed a little bit of that game plan. Usually we will spot them somewhere in between Joughton as well as Yulin, but instead this is just on the corners of Neox Factory, which is a steady start for them, as they're just holding over onto that far corner, and we may even have a chance that this may end up inside of the urban setting of Jadena City.
I'm so baffled right now because of with the flight path that we have and where the players are dropping as well, right? It's shifted so far to the eastern side or the right side of the map here. Sure, there's some teams that's currently in it, but the majority of them is all outside. And do take into account, it's a very large map as well, with the amount of terrain that's currently left in that phase 1, especially since there is a little bit of water areas as well, and looking for the terrain, there's also a lot of mountains to play with, not a lot of forests too. This might actually force a lot of teams to actually really try to utilize that pickup if they do have it on hand, to just really come into it, or just quickly find a vehicle and just head straight right in. We do see teams like TMP doing the exact same thing. Same goes for Team Flash, and I believe I believe also before we shifted to Irohani Perpetua Samurai, our back-to-back chicken dinner winner from our first 2 matches, I also noticed an E pickup also picking up, and I believe this is the team that dropped earlier to that northwestern side.
Yeah, and definitely is a reliable call, especially when you could just safely dock inside of the city of Jadena, get yourself into some of the towers where you're not going to be touchable by the rest of the field. So after that, you could still find a couple of all these vehicles sitting around the city if they're lucky enough. Look at the rest of Roy Esports. I love that they've been very proactive. The moment that they touch upon Tulin, they wasted no time. They want to book the direct center of the zone, and right now, finding themselves in a really strong spot. Roy Esports so far having Teddy to lead the charge. Hamster's going to do the same to try to book a spot by this shopping complex. And later he'll be greeted with the entirety of the Indonesian roster. But at the very least, he's got the M249 in hand. Hamster, I don't think he really wants to spend too much time around, but with his engines roaring, I believe the rest of Roy Esports have heard the sound cue. He's going to be regrouping with the rest of his squad over on the south. So good call coming from the member of Milu for the moment. The rest of teams are still trying to wrap their heads around how do you really get into the far corner of the map. You did mention the E pickups. I believe there was a couple of teams are already in that consideration. So right now, Armor Gaming goes in for those early trades over on the far north by the corners of Ryan, and not really finding all too much up against the rest of UV. It really feels like no matter which map they play, they have that tendency to bump into each other. One's going to unleash the full clip, but finding nothing at all.
Yeah. I mean, it also depends on the circle, right? Like, if you get this kind of circles as well with the terrain and location, even though it's still phase 1, right? But when you look at it again once more and you see, like, the amount of land area left, with the amount of teams as well, it feels like so far the first 3 matches, the circle, at least the goddess of victory in this game, wishes for all these teams to fight a lot more, which is understandable. This team needs to go head on if they want to farm those points as well. It's pretty much, tension is pretty high for a lot of these guys here. I mean, except for FW Esports. I think so far after seeing their gameplay for the first 2 games, I mean, they have a lot of points. They at this point, right, I don't think they will have to worry about it being contested at all, since do take into account top 8 teams only, right? So we know FW Esports capability. So I think right now these guys are just having a blast, having a couple of fun, doing some really aggressive plays, and also just trying to get some kills. Couldn't find any, unfortunately, this past 2 matches, but I think these guys are having a little bit of fun here. But sadly, Unity Brothers, they don't have that kind of luxury. With 39 points on themselves, 2 matches being the first team to bail out as well. These guys really need to step into gear. I normally would have let it slide if it was match 1 Contra, but this is match 3 right now. We're halfway through the final day here, so not a lot of room for recovery here for these guys.
Yeah, same can be said about Milu. Jatin right now needs to take charge as he is getting breach right over onto these quarters. And here comes the cavalry. Shizuke, Hamster, grouping up in the back as Coin makes his debut today for Mercenaries. He haven't had too much of that airtime on him, and we want to see what kind of impact does he bring to the table for Mercenaries. Jatin right above them, though, as this is going to be a little bit of a tight squeeze for the moment. Milu tries to slowly check every single angle, and they still have a couple of players over on the far end of Roy Esports to also double down on this predicament. Jatin has got no place to go. Straight to the crosshairs of these members of Mercenaries as he primes the grenade, tries to secure it. Hood finding one. Pouncer into the shack. Q's gonna be able to find it. Chi-Chi right now has to follow up. No recovery yet for the side of Jatin as they try to find a little bit more of a safe space for them to hold out. Savage Men also in the mix, only having Savior. The rest of Savage Men is still on the other side of the river inside of Tulin, so they're not going to be all too much involved, but it's not going to be a full commitment coming from Mercenaries just yet, licking their wounds. But Milu, they're going to go full aggro right now with a 2-2 split going on. At least his compounds have been able to be giving just about enough time for Mercenaries to fully recover. Saber now barges in, Mark 12 on his hands as he's also getting tagged by Team Flash from a far area. Bidneck is the one that is hoping to perhaps stash away a point or two if they were to go on that full onslaught. And look at this, FW Esports, you say they were having fun. I'm not too sure if it's going to be a fun ordeal if they were to deal with the brutal damage coming out from Irohani Pepento Samurais.
Oh,
as they look to take out Kanaxi. It was the towers that popped and left him stranded by that far corner. At least he does have the rock for him to hold firm for now.
By the way, this is also the map from yesterday where FW Esports finally secured the chicken dinner for themselves as well here. So if they really want to go for it, they can. It's yesterday's chicken dinner for this map versus the current chicken dinner of this game as well. So I had to see how well they want to do about this. But we do see Banana One flying in, giving that aerial, not too much about aerial support, but just more on the intel game here. But giving decent intel for the rest of the team as they set up really precarious, really unique defensive smokes here. But I guess it's just a master vehicle just to pick up corner C for them to make a quick getaway. But on the other hand here, Happy Squad, one members down, but it looks like they were able to find great success with this fight against TMP. And even Patrick with the Panther Frost will be allowed to res up ER, hopefully.
Well, Happy Squad is really causing a little bit of stir, suppressing TMP, bringing it down to the size of 1. I was kind of raving about TMP's performance the other day round, where they've been able to do so much to the point that they end up as top 2 on the early performances of TMP. And right now, not really finding any form of momentum at all. Hamster getting tagged, and it is going to allow the rest of these mercenaries a little bit more of that space to march right through. Chuchu's going to be full setting it as well. 1 HP left for B, somehow surviving, and he has to pull a clutch performance, and yes, he does! Mercenary survives, and is take out all 4 members of Milu Hihi.
Oh, wow, what a game that we're currently witnessing as well. I do think that Kyle Mercenary has been going back and forth with this, and they weren't really out of the clear as well, as they also somewhat draw the attention of Xavier from Savage Man. Team Flash joining the fray. I also saw Roy Esports peppering them down, but of course this was towards Team Milohi before Mercenary, but they did manage to spot it down from the angle. So not much options for them to really play out with. But the fact that they were able to walk out with 4 kill points all themselves and only losing 1 member in the process. Now that's a trade which anyone will be satisfied with. But hold on, do we see a dogfight? Ah, no, he got rid of the glider. Okay. But I guess cool, right?
Yeah, understandably. So the moment he lands onto these high points, he's going to be able to shoot right back at him. So this is a great call coming in from the member of Mile. DTY is going to get a huge field of view across the city of Jeddah. And this is the focal point. This is going to be the ending to the story here with our final matchup in Rondo to take place in this legendary city. And now, all hands on deck. The rest of IPS arrives over onto the small little township. I say town, I mean it's still the quarters of this district, where Roy Esports is also going to be moving past the city as well. Now, we're going to be in for a good time and a long time at the very same time. I mean, that's pretty much repetitive words from me, but a lot of all these teams right now will have to play this out on close quarter combat in essence because of how many compounds that there is. And just as for tomorrow, they found themselves in the corner to farm out the numbers up against LFT, catching James out. Shoehorse just goes full on charging to find Skit at the very same time. So JFT got themselves the first blood and looking for a whole lot more, and it's just helter-skelter over onto the north point of Jeddah City. You see how many teams are arriving. Happy Squad is going to be the next to charge right through towards the direction of Roy's Esports at the very same time, so FBK has got a lot of work to do.
Oh man, this is like straight up like, although this is not exactly Los Leones, but it feels like we're fighting in Los Leones with how all the apartments being structured with all these guys in. But I could tell the desperation for a lot of these guys. Everyone wants to try to get an apartment on their own. But the worst part about it is that I love the game sense coming from Eva Patrick, right? Still need to still need to quietly check these corners here because you have no idea whether the team has already been sitting in. But sadly, the gun also gave his position away. And it's going to allow Muck to get a spray down here. And there goes Eva Patrick. But at least the intel is in. Happy squad, my brothers. There's a team currently positioning across your apartments here. Do take that into the count. I think the same goes for LFT and the rest of the team coming in. How many teams are we looking at this right now, Contra?
Everybody in the field, if you ask me. I mean, it makes sense. This is going to be in the final zone to be played out. I mean, they'll be bamboozled if it goes out over onto. Yeah, on the outskirts, that's where teams will be absolutely on a tear. And take a look at that one. He's got himself the entire tower on the peak. I'm not too sure how well could he actually spot out some of all these members who's currently holding themselves inside of all these office buildings. And sometimes, I mean, if it's a little too quiet, you still really have to check every single corner. Don't be like Evil Patrick, where you immediately heal up and still continue to consistently walk around the field like you're about to get caught. So, looking at the other sectors, Team Flash, they're not booking themselves into the zone just yet, but they're about to do so. They could just safely traverse through the bridge, but I believe that there are the members of Mercenaries that are kind of locking them in position as well, which is why they are going to be rotating in a little rather late as compared to the rest. DBH, they have this 2-2 split. Two members over south, and they will eventually move deeper over onto the main peninsula. Looking at the situation right now, I guess it's going to be a little bit of a snoozer for some of us who's begging for action, but scratch that. X-Men having one member knocked down. Shouldn't be too difficult for Saber to be rescued. TTS hoping to look for a little bit of that spacing, but coming from the north, this is going to be pretty tough for them, especially on wheels. So they got to find an alternate path for them to be able to at least find a little bit of an area to play, or else they should just settle for a little bit of that terrain up north. Meanwhile, DBH also doing exactly the same, playing very safely for the south.
No, it's too difficult for them to come in. They were a little too late to take at least a good spot, or at least even a safe entry into the compound. So that's pretty much why you see a lot of this team playing around the edges. However, for AG here, Armory Gaming, as you notice as well later, I believe we'll see the large ramp again. They're currently positioned on that north. I believe I last saw them being positioned on that north side, right? So it's sure you could bank on the idea that the circle might not, if the circle does go to AG's favor, if it does goes outside, that's a real stinker for a lot of these teams here. But most likely like 9 out of the 10 times, most likely it would still go within the city area at least here for a lot of these guys. But close quarter, but here's the unique thing, right, Contra? It's phase 3, a lot of teams are inside that. You would expect to see a lot of chaos, you would expect a lot of mayhem, right? Especially once a Nox goes down. But here's the interesting thing, because this is a lot of buildings, a lot of angles, which for a fact a lot of teams is currently within it here. We saw a couple of knocks, but we don't see any aggression, and that's because not only does the knockdown player has cover for them to recover from himself from another teammate, but no one has any idea, is it safe for them to cross the road at this current moment? From one apartment to another, will they be safe to cross over? Because they just don't idea where everyone is. Same goes for Evil Patrick, right? He was suspicious, but sadly he just paid the price for it here. So it's an unfortunate knock for him.
Indeed. I mean, we can always look back towards the past. We
moment
have
of
to
truth.
look to the present and to what is going to be the circumstances. And it's kind of like a 50-50. So AG's got a lot of ground control over in the north. Meanwhile, Team Flash also trying to leverage onto the hill side that they're currently holding. And that leaves the members of Mercenaries box in between. They have a compound to hold for the meantime, but how long? We have to find out. Apparently not too long, because Team Flash, they're interested in barging right through. And just like that, Binek and Long X, they've been able to find a couple of members of Mercenaries as he comes around the corner. Somebody did not unleash his clip, and just like that, he gets punished for it. Team Flash still survived the brunt of the damage, but still has 2 members to pay the price out for it. Holding firm, as this is just on the very far outskirts. And now, it's been Armor Gaming on the other side of the hill to also tack towards their direction. One member planted in the middle of the city for Armory, while the 3 others are over onto the far end of the hillside. But now one has been waiting for a very long time. I mean, eventually he could just take a shoot to the bottom. I mean, he can take his sweet time. He's somewhere still within the zone, so it's not too much of a hassle for him. And as a matter of fact, the rest of the teams who are in the city, they're more concerned about who's next door as their neighbors than to look all the way up there trying to seek him out. But Nano1 finally gets a catch. This is upon another member of Team Flash, Miko, down for the count. And it's only going to be up to Binek right now.
Oh man, what a steal away. Good attempt. Nikos didn't even know when that shot was coming as well. But Shanks, that glider is smoking, buddy. You gotta be careful before you descend down the hill. Actually, it's not just him. There's a lot of teams actually shooting it down. Looks like he finally forgoes the glider and gets back down. But Banana1 has an absolute luxury to go for taxi. There's barely any cover out in the open. AG is currently on foot as well. Defensive smoke comes in, and that's a natural reaction and follow-up too, because you don't, no compound, no buildings, no rocks even for you to play with here. Binak barely gets to a shack for himself. My God. It's too open of a field here, and there's too many teams playing at the edge of that compound as well. And I don't blame them, right? With how the Suckers currently positioned it as well. There's a 50% chance it could go to that north or shifts back to, or still retains to the south side here. So, but you see teams playing at the edge of that city that, as you can see from the minimap right now, Contra, getting ready to book it if needed.
I mean, they really have to fight for all that form of spacing. There's still, you know, half of the coverage inside of the Jadina that's playable. So teams like JFT, they don't really have to do too much than to actually take a defensive form of stance.
Oh, moment
so
of truth.
Can't really say the same about TTS because right now they don't really have the zone advantage. B-Nick's just going to be stuck inside the shack. He is still going to be in the middle of everybody. Well, we want to see how this Mile actually makes the cut. Mega left out all alone on the very far south. ISG, this time, not so lucky. They're also over on the far stretch. So they got to pave their way up against Happy Squad as well as X-Men in order to survive for another chance at the chicken dinner. I'm not too sure if there's ever going to be the 3P as Dream Bounty Hunter wasted no time. Just moving over onto the direction of the north, now challenging the likes of Armory Gaming. And this could very well be a chance for Army if they could actually squeeze out all these teams. Starting off with Chow Wei Ping picked off. The pickup bus has given him just about enough cover, 24 HP, as he'll be able to quickly pop that first aid kit while Shanks looking to hunt out the rest of the members of DPH. And right at this moment, with teams scrambling inside the city, they have a lot of all these areas where they can just run out of the open. Shanks, 2 HP left. Oh, too close for comfort. Good clutch coming in from the side of Malrus. And Malrus again! He gets it.
What a shot coming in from Malrush. What a knock as well. That's gonna be forced. That's gonna be throwing quite the wrench in the plans here. But he was able to get to a decent amount of cover here. So someone can try to go for the revive just in time later on. Banana1 definitely having the luxury for this, but the rest of the team just taking their time here. What a shot. One tap to the head. And the worst part about it, DBH still has no idea where these shots are coming off here as well. So everyone is going to take a piece of that pie. And there goes Dream Bounty Hunter trying to secure that center spot for themselves. It looks like that fails to no avail. LFT, on the other hand, still pretty comfortable in the circle. They did lose 2 of their members from the confrontation against GFT much earlier. But they still managed to get a building. They're still within the edge of the compound as well, so they're still totally fine. I can't say the same for the rest of the team that's coming in. Happy Squad, UB, even FW, Esports, ISG, all trying to make headway into whatever compound that's remaining for them as well. It seems pretty tight, but Banana1 pretty much being like Spider-Man, swinging in from one building to another to see if he can get some clear advantage. He had it, and now he lost it. Too many barriers for him to use here.
More like Tom Cruise, my guy. I mean,
oh, yeah.
He's definitely on a mission. Well, a little more singing. We might get copyrighted. Who knows? So, Mile Gaming right now really have to survive the ordeal. They're just gonna have to make a run for it. Damage being done. Tao sends in a seeking grenade. Catches over onto Ia, or now Kanaxi. After a little bit of that recovery, they found themselves boxed in between all these members of Savage Men on that 2-2 split. Kurt looking for a target on the outskirts, and he is just having so little space for him to work with. They really have to take on UB or just book it over onto the north side. Kanaxi right now zoning the rest of Savage Men away with the Molotov, as well as a couple of all these frags to be tossed over onto the bottom bunk. Blue zone now slowly creeping right in. Kanaxi's got to make a call. I mean, X-Men, they're just going to be signing up for even more of all these takedowns with ISG trying to escape, but they are getting caught out one after another. And Leo, he's rolling pretty low, while FW Esports, man on mission, Banana One looking for more, and an easy pick as he's been really racking up those points for FW Esports from these angles from above.
Trying to find their time as well, right? Honestly, try to vault through the window to try to go for a flanking maneuver. That didn't really go exactly as planned. So trying to find another window to go through. Savage Man Esports, they're currently down on the road, but they know for the fact that the blue zone is going to force a lot of these guys out. So naturally, camping out, being the gatekeeper, trying to flush them out as much as possible. Honestly, decides to not give any team a free kill here, a free point here. Goes down to the blue zone. We'll take the gentleman's way out.
Oh
here.
boy.
But Banana One gonna still enjoy the high ground that he have. And this time, since he noticed Savage Man Esports being a pain to his teammates plan, he's also gonna return the favor in tenfolds here.
You know who's the biggest victor in this round? The blue zone. I mean, it's devouring so many players right at this moment. Banana One almost getting the perfect shot, but he only connects one drop of bullet over onto Savior, having a little bit of a tight squeeze by the zone as well as whatever that they have over onto the water tanks right at this moment. Savage Man barely making the cut. He's gonna try to full set it as they're running out of smokes already. Armory Gaming having so much of that space to their own. B-Nex not going to be any form of a problem to the rest of the squad. Well, it's just going to be easy picking. Banana One takes out the rest of Savage Men just like that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Well, AG now getting charged by the rest of TTS. That's going to be a tough matchup over onto the far north. AG having a little bit more space as they will be moving further over onto eastern quarter. And still there's about 4 teams or even more inside of Jadena right at this moment. All these days bombarding, barbecuing Kurt. There's just no more space left for Mile as the final member is now tanking the blue zone. Two Horse now going for a quick pickup. And justice for tomorrow. They've done a great job holding down the line. 4 points to their name right at this moment. TMP, 1 member surviving. And now head-to-head up against UB. Clearing these angles will be rather difficult for these teams who are now sharing those spaces. And the zone is not going to make it any easier. 40 seconds for them to book out. A lot to do, including for Roy, who's been hunkered down and tight spacing for Mega, but he gets 1 knock. Looking for the second, he clutches it with only 2 HP. Ridiculous, Mega. Absolutely ridiculous.
I'm telling you, man, this guy has been like a real pain for a lot of this team, especially once he goes full solo here, getting the additional kill points on himself. Really well done coming from Megas here. But you know, I think I really want to give a massive shout out to both AG and Team Flash, right? Really making a really brave gamble call, right? Just keep themselves to the north side, understanding that the too many teams in the compound. Sure, circle favoring them now, but they naturally have to hold their ground for as long as possible here. Because eventually they will have to fight out the team that comes out of this compound victorious here. But Banana One, besides being Megas, it looks like Megas finally will bite the dust here. But of course, naturally, he trades it out with Leons from LFT here. So one hit for another. And now we're finally down. We're slowly drilling down to our final 4 eventually.
Yeah, Roy Esports hoping to gatekeep the rest of the citizens of Jadena out from the zone. Being blinded off for this like moment for Jixie. Binek now trades back. Now we see the eruption of battle between Roy and the rest of the field. TTS also getting clipped by Shanks on the QBU. Back and forth between Flash, TTS, as well as AG for the longest time. BNEC finally goes on full activation mode as he found those beautiful angles up against the rest of the Tin Soldiers. Teddy now on the charge. And look at the flock of smoke. It's clouds outside of Jazeta City. Man, it's just not looking too much like heaven, and it's just fire burning from all across the field with the rest of Roy Esports charging over on the course, looking for the targets of JFT, and it's Teddy, a perfect line of sight,
Whoa.
sees two members, and looking for PV. They got to take him down. Somehow, he
Flash.
still stands tall. Going for the chase right now. Teddy looking to close it right in. He's going prone, and this might just give him a little room. Not too much. Teddy leads the path, and it's already 8 points for Roy Esports, making the top 2 cut. And Armory Gaming have survived for so long, unchallenged, undeterred from the nerf, and they have the zone advantage up against Roy.
Yeah, they have Armory Gaming just weathered every storm that came before them here, finding answers from one trial to another. They have overcome multiple as well, from tags, from harassment, all the way to this final stage in this 1v1 here between two of these teams here. Roy Esports naturally have the man advantage, but we have seen rounds where teams also having a slight disadvantage still came out on top with great timings and great tactics here. So still timings here. Roy Esports, of course, naturally will salvage from their winnings, from the spoils of war, from the left from the battlefield here, the recess in terms of utility, where AG slowly but surely creeping their way in here, trying to mask their presence as much as possible to find a good angle. But Jexy, very alert. His game sense is insane, covering multiple angles as much as possible. It's a little bit split up, but not too far from the rest of the team.
Yeah, the rest of AG is actually on the low ground instead. Envy King gets a nasty catch onto Shanks, and now the floodgates open up. Big names pop towards the side of Envy King, not catching it to him. Jexy returns the favor, now only down to Opons as he is being shredded out like butter. Roy Esports, exemplary effort to be able to survive the cut inside Jazeta City, celebrates with their own chicken dinner for the final battle in Rondo.
What a game that we're witnessing for match number 3. Everyone was facing it head on. Well, let's quickly check out the highlights to see some real amazing gameplay. Three crazy game, 3 matches out the window here. We're seeing teams currently going back and back at each other here, tooth and nail. That's exactly what we would like to see, how it's supposed to go down for Championship Sunday here. But still, now with more teams answering the challenge here and really outperforming themselves here as well, the leaderboard is just constantly shifting it now. Even the safety point of 60 points doesn't look that safe anymore here, Contra.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they've already breached that threshold. Right now, I guess the cutoff point could be a high 70 points in essence, because with 3 more matches remaining, these teams are fighting tooth and nail for those positions. And looking back, Roy Esports on that past round, you saw they had that early advantage of the zone. They take full use of it, and then after that, they battle through every citizen of Jazeta City in order to make the top 1 by the end of the round. That being said, we'll come back for even more action, because up next, we're moving into Tago.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the Update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, red zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works. Be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. to turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, Red Zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works. Be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR Rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One.
The wait was long, but welcome back to the Esports World Cup APAC qualifiers for the play-ins. I'm Len, also known as the only gracing us with cast. That is the one and only Contra, as we bring you guys all the action for our PUBG extravaganza towards the end of our championship Sunday.
That's right, and overall, these teams are looking hella good, I tell you that. We're looking at an impressive performance coming in from not only Irohani Pepetto Samurai, but also LFT today to be really getting a lot of all these points throughout the rounds. Last matchup, Justice for Tomorrow has been able to find themselves in the top 3 again. Well, I always got confused between LFT as well as JFT in essence.
Very
because,
similar, right?
How closely the names are with that one different initial on their abbreviation. But look at the rest of the pet field. Great improvements coming from Armory Gaming as well to be getting themselves 29 points, but still quite far off from where they need to be. And finally, we get to see Armory Gaming's name right now sitting at the number 16 spot. So far, Nirvana Rebirth Soldier has been knocked down further off the list. And look at the current situation as well. Take me, please. I think they played a couple of rounds and they have not been able to gain too much of those points. So they are kind of stuck at number 10 for the moment. Still a little bit more work to be done. Mile on the right trajectory alongside with the rest of JFT. So I'm definitely very, very ecstatic with what we are getting so far in this match.
Yeah, here's the biggest surprise to me would be the fact that I was actually expecting like at least 2 or 3 teams really popping up. I didn't expect majority of the lobby just really going at this right now for the leaderboard. It's so much until the point where even Team Flash is flying up all the way to the ranking of 5th place. Attacker Clan, another team who was underperforming from day one, 16th place by the way, and flew all the way to that 5th place with a whopping 64 total points for themselves. I commended them. I felt it was really great for them. But now with all the teams currently for the final day really outperforming themselves, JFT, Irohani Perpetua Samurai, even Take Me Please. We do also see Male Gaming is also slowly climbing up the ladder here. AG slowly making their way there, but still quite a couple of grounds for them to cover here. Now it's slowly overwhelming this. Attacking Clan Tosakan, there's no chance for them to really climb here. So, but for them to hope that the rest of the team is not going to surpass them, that's very unlikely with the way they're performing right now. 3 more matches left to go. It feels like it's anyone's game at this moment in time.
True enough, and right now with only a span of 3 rounds, they have to hustle for every drop of points, and Tago is definitely going to be a very challenging field for all these names that we've seen so far. Of course, 2 chicken dinners for IPS to be able to hold the top position within the groups itself, while Roy Esports, they have been absolutely consistent. Even on their first day's performance, they have always gotten themselves those high average points. With this chicken dinner, I think it's safe to say that Roy Esports should be able to just have a decent maintenance for them to make those points count. So that's it though. Miramar, that is a different ball game that these teams will be put up with. So we'll have to see what is going to be the score lines by the end of the day and who makes it to the grand finals for a chance at the golden ticket to head to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Oh, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, the third fourth match of the night here, the Foley County for down as well. Honestly, good enough.
At top 8 to push forward into the finals. By the way, not to the finals, to the Esports World Cup, guys. It's towards the finals of the play-ins here to find our teams out of the top 16 later on. Who's going to be the top 4 to represent APAC as they go to EWC? And so, yep, the road is relatively long. Will still feel even longer after that. But right now, let's quickly focus on the presence as we finally come down to the beautiful map of Tago. The flight path, actually this time not as centralized as for the past 3 maps that we had. A little bit more towards the northern side. So if any team wants to go to the southern side, they're free to do so with long parachuting or just draw relatively early to secure vehicles.
Yeah, very interesting maneuver coming from the side of AG. Last we saw them play out in this map, they were playing by the outskirts of Hosan, and this time looking for an early drop to be moving very closely over onto the fields. Roy's going to be aiming for Oh Hyung, while I believe it's going to be stock standard start for names like Happy Squad as well as LFT. Happy to be moving to the direction of Palace. Almost every single APAC match that they play, they've always dropped there, and sometimes it gets them into hot waters with certain teams going for the challenge. Speaking of a challenge, take a look at the picture-in-picture. We got ourselves a little lurker, and he's just gonna be stealing away the vehicle cheekily. Dream Bounty Hunter now got what they wanted and looking to bail out there. Mile, they had their chances today when they were playing inside of those maps of Wrangle. Top 2 finish was their best cut, and oh boy, look at that 50-50 split. The island and the mainland, X-Men, they can actually hold firm over onto the south to gatekeep the rest of the field. And I wonder how much damage can JFT do. They've been perfect on display for today on their performance. And right now, they are rewarded in the Yongchun area. So absolutely loving it. I do think that we might even see JFT in the finals if they're going to be able to just hold down the line against the rest of the 15 squads.
I love the positivity coming from you as well, Contra. I was just about to say that with that circle, their position that they have for themselves here, they probably would be good for at least 2 phases because that's pretty much it, right? Circle goes towards a centralized, GFT will still be in it, but there's a high chance that phase 3 may not be within their comp, but we're not too sure about it. We'll have to see how the state of phase number 2 as it is. But other than that, AG, the rest of the squad, definitely use with the flight path that we have as well, right? And the circle actually did favor a lot of teams. Like teams didn't have to worry about traversing great amount of land to get into the safety of the circle, like what we experienced from the map of Rondo. This time, the flight path was being parallel with the circle as well here. So teams can just really take their time to this, really just loot up around. It's still a relatively large map as well. And there's still a decent amount of land to play with, yeah.
You may say so, but it's still a tough decision to make, right? Do you want to move into the island? Do you want to stay over on the course of the mainland because of that split happening with the river? It is a very dicey situation for these teams who are currently in this predicament. And once again, looking at the leaderboards, you saw so many of all these teams around the 50-point margin. JFT, Mile, TTS. AG can actually make a cut into the 50s, but right now, we gotta start counting, right? What are the odds for these teams? I think anywhere from the line of, I would dare say 40 points if you come up with, double chicken dinners or just high volume of kills per match with a top 4 finish, then they could still maybe make it through. So all hope is not lost. So right after Tago, those 2 maps of Miramar will be even more daunting because if they slip up here, those chances might dim down to 0.
Yep. I'm just currently just looking at our top 6 positioning right now, right? Because the ranking with themselves, with the points as well, because I believe the other ranking, or at least the 8th ranking that's currently being, the person who's holding that title right now is currently Male Gaming at the time. Wait, hold on. No, this is not the list. Sorry, let me cross-reference again. Oh, sorry, it's Attacker Clan right now. They have a total points of 64 here. So pretty much ISG is just 1 point away to just really get themselves to that top 8 as well. So 60 point should be the play here. But I also believe that Team Flash and Savageman Esports and FW Esports and Roy Esports, they're still in this game. FW Esports has been a little bit slow on the tick here, but they're still within the top 4. So that's why I think they can still, if they want, they can double down, go on a mad killing spree like what they've been doing from day number 1, or they can just really just bide the time and just react according to the situation, because they have the points to really just play around with it for quite a while. But probably not too comfortable because, as you can see, Savageman 70 points, ISG 60. Depending how well they play in this round, they can further accelerate their positioning even more as well here. So maybe this is the time where you can really start getting serious here. And it looks like blood has already been drawn. It's gonna be in the hands of Team Flash.
Yeah, even more blood to be splattered right now. Even we saw what he did to those members of Mercenaries before, and now back at it again. Runax and Gunny, great catches as they deny any form of space as they charge up the hill instead. And even by doing so, they managed to get a couple attacks through. Should be not enough time for them to be able to go in for all these massive saves. So they go in to shove Mata over on the back seat and continue on their journey until they find themselves a decent area to go in for the revive. Mercenary is definitely an interesting squad. We've definitely seen glimpses of potential. more oftentimes coming in from Mal for today. While TMP is also having a little bit of slump as of that past round of Rondo, that kind of puts them into a very, very tough spot at this moment because now you got to fight ISG for that spot at the very same time and needing to come up huge like how they did back in their first day's performance. Definitely having to put themselves into risk. Speaking of risk right now, Repop get caught out in between, and Easy does it for Metal D. For all the way from downtown with the back 12, as they've been able to just secure themselves the zone.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you said as well, right? With all the teams currently just making these rotations, I think no one wants to be in that mountain area relatively not too early, but they also want to try to get towards at least a decent spot for themselves, which is why we're seeing a lot of teams currently like playing around Yongchuan, right? We're seeing all this rotation coming in, some still sticking it in the mainland, some still went to the North Islands for themselves, really trying to take the gamble. But I don't blame why majority of the team is currently towards the second island. Feels like the chances of it actually shifting to the north side feels a lot more higher compared to going to down south. Even if it shifts down south, it's still going to be within the city of Yongchuan. It's just a matter of whether the team is on to leave the city or not. Whereas we do see a little bit of a drive-by between Male Gaming and Six Sacks as well. Pretty surprised no one actually tried to contest with each other. Pretty interesting. But, you know, everyone wants a little bit of peace and quiet before the storm, the kind of situation here. So I think other than that, I'm just really because, you know, we were talking about the leaderboard. We were saying like, okay, who's the team that we need to look out for? I'm also slowly looking down the list on who's slowly trying to climb up to this. Armory Gaming is being one of the teams alongside with Unity Brothers and Mercenaries, right? These three teams currently is in the 40-point marker. They're slowly making their way up here. Sure, quite a lot of grounds for them to cover for this last 3 matches, but we did see AG and TDS popped off a little bit, at least for the last 2 matches.
True enough, and I definitely think that AG, out of the list of those many names that you mentioned, that is somewhere over on the lower barrel right now. They have the momentum coming for the past 2 games. They've been able to add like 6 to 8 points on an average, so looking more like themselves, which, you know, to our surprise, on their debut run, they didn't get much down, only securing just about the 10 point, and that has definitely put them into such a tight spot. Team Flash now going for the aerial assault. I mean, just aiming at the glider in essence. So James, he's just gonna be able to fly past, not too much of a tough decision to make, while Miko's been able to spot the other member of LFT. Team Flash, what is their stance right now? They are one of the teams that is going to be planted inside the island, but they're just gatekeeping the corners of Godok. So they got a lot of time to burn. They can stay here as long as they want till much later on. There is going to be Roy Esports to be met up with them if they just try to convoy right across. So this is still not going to be an easy task for some of these guys out there, out of Team Flash. At least securing that Flare's Blood puts himself safely up ahead. 74 points in total is looking rather good. I think, like, for the rest of the field, now's the time to really make the call to move deeper into islands, especially for X-Men as well as FW. They can afford to wrap in a little late, and I wonder how much damage can JFT do to these guys as they were to move over onto the bridge. AG, Mail, so far off over the south. I wonder how did they get by. We're looking at E-pickups coming in from Rohani Popeto Samurai Gaming. Whew. Yeah, I always have to take a breather after saying that name because yeah, I'll stick to IPS for most part, but they're going to be moving deep within the hill. Good call, no compounds whatsoever, but this is a great cover for them to at least work out with. And to my surprise, nobody's playing far north. There's an empty space in Army base, which certain teams can actually take as a checkpoint for the meantime. And speaking of that, Mile getting caught out. That was perfect catch. Very planning maneuver to be able to guard the corner of the wall. So now will be able to bank one in, but retaliation coming in from Chichu's. Just like that, shredded out Hoy, and now they're locked in for this huge tussle. The nades pretty much locked on the other side of the wall, so now one's gonna be safe, but not for far too long.
Yeah, unfortunately, because it was a double barrier wall as well. So the first nade would have been great if the second one wasn't there. But it looks like you were talking about gatekeeping here, how much damage can some of these teams can do here. But it won't be in the hands of JFT, but rather than Happy Squad this time. So unable to vault themselves over here in fear of the fact that EA is going to be start landing those shots. And let me tell you something, with this distance as well, this kind of distance, you give him an opportunity. Let me tell you something, you give him an inch, he'll go for the mile, you're guaranteed for it as well. Absolute legends, Happy Squad. But you know, Happy Squad, they have not been having a really good night. At least last night as well. 30 points, that's a lot of points to climb here. At this point, you might need a miracle here because mathematically speaking here, it's relatively tough to really just outgun your way for the final 3 matches. I'm not saying it's not possible here, but it's going to be quite the tall order here for Happy Squad.
Yeah, it's tough to see the ex-Archangel boys being challenged like that.
Not the full roster, but yes.
Yeah, arguably. We're looking at bodies hitting the floor already, Chichus. They definitely have been rallying upon some of all these other members of UB and not really finding the cut yet. The Tin Soldiers also getting into the fold as they're hoping to pry onto any of all these teams inside of the location. Mercenaries doing the same, so the rest of UB could not afford to set foot outside of their territory right now. And surprisingly enough, Milu got dropped down to only 1 member left, and that's due to the presence of the other team from right across the hillside. And as we spoke of it, the moment that UB steps out, they're just going to be greeted with a couple of 5.56 bullets sent their way, and nope, not even way out. Tires already popped. Hungbo D looking for something. An interesting setup, as we've seen plenty of this coming in from the side of Team Flash before, and it's going to be DT to also trade right back, this time up against the rest of TMP. And this, since all the teams further up the hillside, and well, that great call cover ISG sees them to be in that poised position, sharing that space alongside with both MEY as well as Roy Esports, the victors of the past chicken dinner in Rondo. So, what's the call here to make the citizens of Yangchang right now? Gotta find a way to make a dive bomb over the hills.
It's gonna be quite rough as well, since there's quite a lot of teams currently parked in our location. So they didn't really leave too early. Like I said, that Yongcheng is really good for 2 phases. That 3rd phase is a little bit of a wild card, but I don't blame why many teams still stay within the compound as well. It's pretty safe. If you try to scale up the hill, it's most likely gonna be shot down, just like our dear friend Most Jinun being picked up by Iya. But ISG and the rest of the few teams is expected as well, right? Everyone's taking the EP Cup, they land there. It's pretty safe as well. The call is good too, since the circles are shifted to the northern side. So they got a nice spot for themselves. I also spotted Cherry picking up the EP Cup just now from the map before we zoomed out from there as well. So 3 members of JFT will be somewhat in vehicles. Cherry will be taking visionary intel for themselves. That looks pretty great, but not as great with all the sprays coming in.
Well, O2 skirts out of the way. Jatin finding 2 members.
Whoa.
Despite only having himself to rely on, now he clears the air. A 1v1 between the UB members as well as Milu. And it's about damn time we sell the scores right now. Jatin gearing himself up, got the AUG in hand, and boom, he steps out. He's greeted by Talda. And oh boy, not quite enough for Milu. And I think it's sufficient to say that there's just not enough games left for Milo to fully play this out, only having a total of 12 points. So, great attempt as we will continue on with Happy Squad, landing us a couple of strikes, but it's going to be an eye for an eye as they duke it out up against the members of FW Esports. Coming up ahead, Evil Patrick, what was that? Very snappy onto 2 different sectors as he's so quick on the response time. Now paves the path. Raised in trouble as well. He is going to be able to get some help coming from Zigzag as Ia gets knocked down. Evil Patrick on the heist, tearing them one after another. Raze gets recovered. Happy Squad still on the back end. And Zigzag is trying to pave his path over onto the other angle as he's trying to squeeze any form of reprieve. It's just down to only Raze. He's driving too slow for my liking, and it's just a couple attacks to once again get 10 Trip knocked down once more. Raze 1v1 duke out. He gets the best of him. Eliminates the entirety of Happy Squad.
And with that being said, the circle once more shifted over as well. ISG is still nice, got that advanced advantage in the mountain region as well. LFT in a pretty good spot, but we're still seeing tags happening all across the map as well. As you know, this is teams making massive rotation as well. This is teams coming from Yongchen, so they're coming into the circle a little bit late here. So the best call they can do right now is just play around the edges here, grouped up together, crawl, sweep it as much as possible, which is pretty much why we're seeing a lot of action happening in the kill feed, respectively from different areas of the corner here. Since teams are just trying to find or gain dominance and control to gain a little bit of safety before they move into the last final few circles.
And that said team is Team Flash. They definitely are making all these areas of play work out for them. Having the bird's eye view up against the likes of those coming from the far west. And just like that, UB full sends it. Doesn't really manage to walk out alive. And Runex also getting another one in return at the same time.
That's a free recall.
Yeah. Now they get a way to bail out if they want to. I'm not too sure. I mean, they did a little bit of wear and tear. It's still rather risky if you're going to be having those engines roaring in between how many squads available in these hillside. And to also get the engines really kicking into fifth gear, it's going to take a while. So I don't think that there's a need for ISG to do so. I think they're firmly planted up over onto the hillside. The only form of challenge that's coming against them is LFT. Meanwhile, even bigger threat for Team Flash as they're currently dealing with these two squads. Mile sends a couple of all these signal warnings, while Xiaofeng on the other side of the map catches Metal D. Hongvo D, good on long-range sprays, but now down to mid-range battles. He's got to slowly find a different location because that nade is going to be primed towards this direction, and it's going to be those big advancement moves coming from Tin Soldiers that kind of costed them. They wanted that space, but quickly Armory Gaming takes him out.
Yeah, that's the problem about this hill, right? You're trying to scale up a hill. There's no telling whether your side is currently safe, especially since you see AG currently positioned to that north side. And of course, whoa, what a shot! I didn't even see where they came from as well. So that's going to be a nice free pick, and that's going to be the end of the story for Male Gaming here. But this also means an opportunity, right? Like teams, particularly for like Take Me Please or TMP, currently ranked 10. But look at his score right now. It's 59 points. ISG is currently at 67. He's slowly pushing his way up the ladder here. Tosakan, if I'm not mistaken, Tosakan Gaming has a total points of 69. So if ISG can overwhelm Tosakan and TMP just makes headway with more points in this round here, might just be the team to be the gate, or at least the gate guardian for that 8 spots for themselves. But that naturally also depends if TMP can really make quite the opponents. But at the same time, realistically speaking, Contra, one member alone, that's going to be quite a challenge.
It definitely is a challenge. He's definitely playing for placements while Saber just shreds them through once more, securing the point onto Mata. Getting knocked onto the at the same time with the help of Leo covering his back end. Mercenaries now left with only one member by the corner. Smell. It's not getting sniffed out just yet, but I think that Saber know what's up. Get to see a pocket run into the far crease and Smell just trying to see if any one of these members of the Savage Men are cutting around these corners, and slowly and inevitably he will have to prepare for this fight. But the rest of Savage Men, they are back on the wheels again, as they know that they have to kind of full set up against the rest of ISG. They're on the blind spot, as we last saw a team crash out by doing so. Savage Man goes even deeper up ahead as Saber releases intel. How much can he actually hold on to as he just got picked up by the final stray bullet coming out of Feven?
Oh, but sadly he fell on the other edge of that hill, so that means that's gonna be a free kill point for some. That's gonna be falling prey to someone else's one. But good attempt with the knock though, still pretty great. But that's gonna be Savage Man Esports last member standing here. Look at that control. Quite a few teams limping their way into the final phase of the circle here, and Carnage is still ongoing.
He catches two just like that. He's always so elusive, so sneaky on his attacks. And now taking the path for the rest of Roy Esports. And here's another one delivered directly into the hands of Epi King. Roy, absolutely ridiculous this time. Teddy stockpiled his tracks. The wrath of Carnage coming out of Team Flash as they make it hail bullets from right down below. Hungvodi, yes, and up in hand as well, but they're relying on their ARs for the meantime to really quickly eliminate some of all these threat. Raze, he survived the brunt of the damage early on, but now he has to run through the fields to squeeze into the zone. Nades now pop from the side of FV. It's going to be 3 nades sent right in to secure it. Roy Esports 7 points already, taking names off the list. And now they're stuck in between IPS as well as the members of Team Flash. And I don't really like the odds for Roy Esports as much as they've done so much already, because the rest of Team Flash, they're sending Long as well as Hungvodi on the hunt. Faven being very careful about this. Roy Esports, perhaps they could find a grand hustle against ISG. Then they will be able to just take over their position. Here comes the nades. They managed to catch out Feven, even looking for more. And just like that, 2 members down. Roy Esports, they're bulldozers, looking for even more targets in the form of DBH on the far end of the field. And here comes the connection. Team Flash arrives from the back, and the nades in between to take down Jizzy. Setsuna, the only member left, and just with a big bag, Long X, have been able to keep IPS safe and also eliminates the major threat of Roy Esports.
That's so insane to me, because it felt like a third party upon another third party and another third party, because it was pretty much Roy Esports on the Samurais, that DBH joining the mix, and finally Flash came in, and Flash for some reason had a telepathic alliances that set up to try to wipe out Roy Esports, taking advantage of the chaos. Both teams will be able to secure 2 kills on themselves. It looks like LFT will be able to find a free picking, but did reveal his location as well, and literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. And Miko will get the revenge pick off, holding up with Samurais, holding down the line, but still digging deep down in the dirt.
Yeah, it's just so rough. ISG barely hanging on. And the rest of Team Flash, they're also running out of space. Now they just gotta find a way to charge right into the zone. These 3 teams flocking right down from the southern terrains is just having a very low space for them to work with, so they really have to claw their way out. Otusker surprisingly have been able to buy time into the top 5, and here comes Ronax, spotting out J-Skur. A little bit of a 1v1 duel. I don't think he really wants to overcommit. He's gonna pull back into put a prime nade right down under. That's going to be able to flush J-Skur's position, and oh boy, that US almost crashes him out. Chow Wei now locking over on that space. Putting down the lineup against Urex. He finds the angles, not quite connecting. He still has a couple of all these throwables, and that's pretty much the last defensive one. He's only got 2 more smokes left, and right now, he's going to bring the fight to the rest of the Samurais. And just like that, with snap of his fingers, finding more. But it is actually Binnek that actually got all the kills instead. And TMP, Otusker, finally activated in this top 4. TMP has done just about enough. And now, down between Team Flash versus AG Global. AG's been silent throughout the entire way, as they were the first few over onto the army base. And now they had all that space to play to choke out wherever Team Flash is currently at.
This is absolutely phenomenal. AG has been making phenomenal calls when it comes to the positioning as well. It worked out so well for them, and the circle favored them on the map of Rondo. Now Tego here making fantastic positioning, making great headway as well. Now it's time for them to really quickly catch up on the leaderboard ladder here. JFT, the position between JFT and AG currently as well, the point differential is just 3 points as well. With placement, I believe they would have already somewhat surpassed them. There goes the remaining members of DBH. And now we're down to the last 2 teams here. 1v1 contra, massive gameplay.
Yeah, that catch on Opons was everything for Team Flash. And now looking to really create more of that spacing, paving a little bit of a passage for them to get right into the zone. UNQ also getting tagged as well. So the only 2 members left for the side of Armory Gaming. 5 points to their name. They need this win more so than Team Flash for them to have a lifeline here in the grand finals. Shanks, how much damage can he do? This is going to be a godly angle up against those members of Team Flash. A very technical one while Calcon will be settling in. Binek, he's trying to find that space. Now he's being forced to throw in a couple of all these smokes to cover his tracks, but Calcon has been on the alert. He's going to be able to trade back. He's just looking to book that corner of the tree, but not quite enough to make that dash. Calcon got it settled, so it's going to be the rest of Team Flash right now. Looking for a little bit more of that height gap. Shanks now dealt with the right cards. Long X from right above catches onto Calcon. And right now, more members means even more opportunities for Team Flash to close it out. Calcon brought down to 7 HP. Quickly removes Binek as he's been giving all that information back towards Team Flash. All down to Calcon. The man needs to pull everything on the line, but it is Team Flash to close it out with a total of 13 kills to their name. And this chicken dinner guarantees them a spot in the grand finals.
What a match that we just witnessed as well. Just constantly back and forth. But of course, with that being said, let's quickly check out the highlights once more. If that last round itself was so hectic, chaotic, especially towards the end, I think Team Flash was the sole team who probably has seen the most action and close quarter situation than any team in the last round itself, and they were able to close it out with such a big win. After all the effort they managed to secure for themselves, definitely feeling really great as well in terms of morale, for really great for team morale. But you know, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, after such a hectic game, we need to take a quick short one, so don't go away for too long. More PUBG action coming to you guys right after this.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, Red Zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works. Be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the Red Zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Once again, thank you for joining us here at the PUBG Esports Road to EWC. These teams are looking for that golden ticket to be playing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, after first landing a spot to qualify to this grand finals happening next weekend. They still have to play against 8-seeded squad, but man, oh man, Team Flash, they looking hot right now. They just rampage through all the teams that were having a tough time through the southern side of the island, and they definitely paved their passage in order to secure a big one for themselves, guaranteeing that spot to be meeting up with the rest of the 8-seeded squad. So right now, they are the ones with the best performance throughout the day with 51 points, Roy Esports following very closely with 49, and Irohani Pupeto Samurai with the double chicken dinner is still within the top 3. And of course, Armory Gaming, today they are looking so much better, and that could have been their chicken dinner in the past game as well. But of course, a very tough call where Team Flash, they were just running on adrenaline to be able to just close it all out up against the rest of AG.
Yeah, it's really safe to say at this point, and I believe later after, this is currently the total leaderboard, we're going to the, sorry, this is today's leaderboard, we're going to be going to our total leaderboard. Thank you so much, our dear broadcast team as well. So it's very clear to see just from the board alone, the team that's currently having the 90-point marker, it's safe to say that these teams are the one that's 90 points and above, are safe to say that they're currently going to be that's guaranteed in top 8 for sure. And those teams that's currently in the 90 points and more, including the one that's really close to it, like FW Esports, we can safely say at least these 5 teams are in a really good spot here. Savageman Esports, pretty close here. If they have at least, which by the way, we saw them having really fantastic games on the map of Marama from day number 1 as well. This could be a chance for them to really start popping up, bringing back that same momentum, that great success. Then we could probably have another team solidifying themselves in that top 8. Irani Pupeto Samurai, who has been making massive waves. Tosakan team pretty much not on the clip because, as you can see, Take Me Please is relatively close. Attacker Clan, I would love to say that they have a chance, but sadly they ran out of options because their last day of playing was pretty much yesterday's here, so they're pretty much out of the picture here. Other than that, it's just pretty much JFT and Armory Gaming just trying to make headway to catch up with the rest of the pack.
True enough, Tosakan is in the same current stance, right? They don't get to play any more games since they ended their run yesterday. So this is a solid chance for Take Me Please as well as Justice for Tomorrow to make the cut right through. Now that tie between JFT as well as Armory Gaming is rather tight with them sharing 57 points. Mile have not found a level of consistency, so it has been pretty difficult for them to really get a footing. But who knows, now moving into the penultimate round of Miramar, it definitely will be a daunting task for the likes of Manny.
It is, yeah.
Really move up ahead. But I'm liking what we are getting so far throughout, say, top 7, right? Number 8, unclear as to who's going to be able to secure it. So if any names coming in from the 9th position to 12th have a massive slump in this matchup, then that might still see Tosakan team to still be holding on to that 69 point that they've been able to actually secure. So I'm wondering whether or not do they have what it takes. And I guess like even for IPS as well as Savageman, they kind of want to add a few more points so that there is a significant gap so that they do not get overtaken by these hungry teams going at it for more.
Which is why we can slowly start like narrowing it down which team we want to really focus on, right? Like at this point, the top 5 teams, or at least the top 6 teams, okay, no, maybe the top 5 teams, maybe we don't have to show too much attention because they're pretty much in the clear, right? But with the rest of the squads like Savageman, Irohani Pupeto Samurais, the next one probably the closest to getting that securing that top 8 most likely would have been Take Me Please, or TMP for short here, since they have 64 points, right? So only about they get more than 69. They're pretty much our 8th place here. But I am not counting out the other 3 teams is relatively close to that 60-point marker, and that being JFT, Justice for Tomorrow, Armory Gaming, and even we can even slide in Mail Gaming, right? Because they got 52 points, right? So because among these 3 teams, this is the last 2 matches. They're depending on their performances here, right? Because at this point, they just need someone to get more than 60 points, at least in this match, right? This next upcoming 5th match, if any of these teams can really hit to the earn at least more than 8 to 9 points in total, whether is it with balancing both placement and kills or solely on kills, right? Then we might see a little bit of a fighting chance towards when we get to that 6th match. So among these 4 teams, these are the one which I feel we need to prioritize on a little bit more compared to the other teams, which is, you know, a little bit too mountainous for them to succumb in the next 2 matches. Where some of the teams, well, they're pretty much in a good spot, 90 points and above. We don't really have to look about it anymore at this point.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I mean, they can play spoilers, and even for the ones that are at the bottom of the barrel, they can't just deny any of these chances. It's like, if I don't get to go there, you guys don't get a chance as well. So you guys will be taking a vacation off wherever you guys are from. So, of course, I think like everyone's got their own game plan. We've definitely seen that Armor Gaming have definitely fixed a lot of their mistakes in the past day that they performed, and now they are back on track. It's just some of these finishing touches that they just need to refine in order for them to, score huge. Last game, we saw about 5 to 6 elimination points on thereabouts, alongside with a second place finish, giving them a little bit of lifeline. That chicken dinner definitely would help even more, but of course, Team Flash way too strong in their approach. So moving into this map of Miramar, I think that Team Flash have traditionally performed very well in this matchup, but of course, the rest of the field aren't slouches either. FW Esports definitely have gained a couple of victories. Today, they're the chill guys, they don't have to do too much other than what we saw, the Tom Cruise action coming in from Banana 1 inside of Rondo. That's pretty much the glimpse of it, but of course, here we go into the penultimate round, as we're looking to close the night with the double Miramar matchups. And starting with this one, we're about to see if the teams have what it takes to be able to claim a spot in Riyadh. And I just can't wait. Will this be another difficult circumstance for these teams to play on? Because last we saw, there was a pretty interesting ending to some of all these zones. But I'm liking how this flight path starts. Pretty much having a straight line coming in from the west to the east. So options are plenty.
Yep. Option is definitely plenty here. We're back to the Dusty Dunes here as well here. I was just, while you're talking about like previous games just now regarding AG and Team Flash, right? Like, don't get me wrong, it's a really good game. But I felt there was at one point in time AG played there was a little bit too greedy, because if you recall, one of the members that actually died outside the map, he didn't die at the compound, he did die at cover. He was trying to scale that hill, that massive steep hill, by the way, to try to flank behind Team Flash. Sure, if he was faster, if he was earlier, could have made a really massive difference. But the only problem was Team Flash closed out the fight very quickly, so I was able to cut him midway here. But that's being said, that's all in the past. Now let's just focus more on the present. But now the teams managed to drop exactly where they need to be. LFT, on the other hand, not too much on the compound, but more prioritizing on the buggy instead. Love the fact that they actually add the additionals, right? This time it's like, if I'm not mistaken, bulletproof tires. But you're still not safe since it's still like an open vehicle, right? It's like open concept kind of thing.
You may say bulletproof tires, but you can still blow up the vehicles.
Yeah,
Makes
that's
no difference to me in its essence.
Definitely.
Look at the current zone, though. It's going to be situated across Monte Nevo, so a little bit more of that spacing to play out around Power Grid as well as El Pozo to be one of the hot locations as well. Ladriella could also be an option if teams don't really want to take a dive into the city. So there's a lot of all of these spaces on the far west that is unplayable. So that is a little cause for concern, considering that as much as this vast map offers a lot of ground, certain portions of it unavailable, meaning to say that there is going to be those fights for them to secure vantage points up high in between the valleys, on top of those rocks as well. So we'll have to see whether or not can Happy Squad capitalize, because they started off very closely in Picado, and they have a few members also planned over onto some certain areas of play. So they kind of want to at least, cause an upset. Right now, mathematically impossible for Happy Squad. Take me, please. It's either qualifying or sitting out. They just got to ensure that they get themselves a bit of those elimination points, and on top of eliminations, guaranteeing another top 4 could also give them a safe passage through.
6 points, to be exact, for TMP. 6 points for them to get to top 8. That's how close it is when they're going against the Tosaka Gaming here. So they're 69. But, I love that you were talking about the terrain, the potential of the terrain, right? And of all the valleys, we have a potential death valley within the circle itself. Naturally, no one wants to go there, but what a spot coming for Arjun Bots. That's going to be a nice free picky here for Mel Gaming. They really need as many people as much as possible to really try to solidify in this final 2 matches here. But looks like Happy Squad, they're going to be the one to be a little bit of a nuisance for them as they slowly make their rotation down into the circle here. But Death Valley, and I won't be surprised to see teams taking E-drops, particularly the teams that's actually drop out relatively early towards the eastern side, right? ISG being one of the few, UB, Savage Man as well. Because there's just no, as much as they would have loved to bring vehicles in, which is kind of like the priority for a lot of these teams, right? Because Mirama's the kind of map where you come in early, you could find a good spot, but you come in late, and you try to make some kind of a territory for yourself, you just can't find that great cover, and most likely you have to use vehicles to be your cover here. So a lot of these teams really need to make really hard calls here, and or maybe at the same time just try to bank that the circle just favors them at the same time.
Yeah, else you just really have to fight for it, right? And we've seen plenty of all these altercations happening all across the field, and this being my favorite map for very good reasons. We'll see.
I don't like sand.
Close range action, long range. Well, nobody asked about your preference, did it?
I mean, you talked about yours, so I thought, okay, I guess I'm just gonna chip in.
Okay, fine, fair enough. What I like that you pointed out that there's that fork road, right? The intersection in between Montenegro, El Pozo, as well as the power grid. Throughout those long highway stretch out of Hacienda del Patron, as well as those coming in from Jumeirah, usually we see a lot of action coming from these two stretches. We're expecting more of that coming into perhaps phase 2 or phase 3 onwards. Well, even if you want to go in with those E pickups, realistically, you could drop into El Pozo just to be safe. The rest of the high grounds, probably you want to go into the very far west to claim uncharted territories for you to slowly get into those tight spots in the center. So FW Esports, firmly planted. They don't really have to move all too much. They are across those warehouses over the south side of El Pozo. And Happy Squad's doing even more damage. They picked one up against Mile, hoping to pick another up against TMP. And looks like a member of the side of Happy Squad is feeling very feisty today. 10 trip, closing the distance, hoping to pop some tires and burn out some of the members of TMP. We talked about the need about the 6 points. TMP, they waste no time. They can't be bothered, but they will have Mega being picked off. And Evil Patrick hustled them for it. Wow. Huge shots also coming in from right across the township. And TMP, wondering whether if they could actually go in for the rescue. I think that within this distance, it looks salvageable, but to put yourself out there on the fields could be a death sentence.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, right? Because everyone is currently like situated around Montenegro, right? It's the only city with the compound that's currently dead set in the circle of phase 1 here. So wherever the circle goes for phase 2 or phase 3, most likely this team that's currently situated themselves there won't really have to do much movement here unless it does something really unexpected and heavily shifts to either sides of the circle here. But other than that, it's still a pretty safe spot. I believe I also saw an emergency pickup from the minimap. I believe that's going to be UB. Most likely UB, right? Because I believe ISG dropped was far north here. So the direction that's coming from the eastern side looks like it's going to be Unity Brothers. They're slowly making their way in. Most likely will just drop towards the mountain station or just dead set in Montenegro here. Looks like Mega will be finished off here by 10 trip here, but that's totally fine. They just really want to secure the kill. But look at all these teams just trying to find comfort with each other. But unfortunately, no peace for here as Team Flash should be also able to find EA.
Wow. Great tax over onto the members of Happy Squad. Miko now setting their sights onto those members of Happy, while Dream Bounty Hunter will have to defend their territory with the rest of TMP, advancing from the north point, coming across the road, and now O2 Skirt having a grenade to toss, just that he doesn't have any intel to work with. A little split between J-Skirt as well as Chao Wei. Interesting positioning coming in from these two, as Chao Wei might be able to slowly backstab those members of TMP given the opportunity. So look at the outskirts. DBH is also having a member to join in rather late. Miluhihi now takes on the rest of the FW Esports. Now, no holds barred between the two. I mean, it's just a full send, and Jiatin, the first one to be taken off the list, with a peek into the window pane. Razy's got that perfectly covered.
Such a good read as well. He knows the doors at the sidelines as well. Heard the movement, goes for a quick swing, secures it as well. He knows one that will try to go for the revives here. Blue Nade perfectly set to try to force him out for the revives as well here. So not going to allow them in any way here. So Miluhi needs to really figure out how they really want to clear this line. Unfortunately enough, they went to strand it away. Panzer Fouls doesn't really connect at all. They try to hold on the line for as long as they can, but can't see it in FW Esports swinging it at the same time, literally showing how solid this body system that they have for themselves. Now this looks like the FW Esports that we were witnessing from yesterday's game.
Yeah, that was a disjointed take coming in from Miluhihi as well, where they're going one after another. And that is just making the job easier for those members of FW Esports to defend. Well, take me, please, through the smoke. Ridiculous. Where on earth was that coming from, Jay? Well, that is just definitely a strong challenge. And now closing in up against the rest of TMP. TMP, they're just not getting all too much of all these great locations to really play with. And this time, there's a chance for J-Sker closes in as the rest of the pack of TMP have got their hands pretty full at the meantime. Xiaofeng now with the grenade. Not finding it. Does a bit of chip damage. O2 Skirt barely surviving. Thankfully, the Molly did not drop towards this quarter. J-Sker was again hitting the mark, this time onto Porsche. And he's willing to put his body on the line. Xiaofeng quickly gets it done. Now only down to Repo. We talked about those 6 points. It seems like they won't get even a drop right now. If he could clutch it up against DBH, then maybe we could start talking more about their chances. 35 bullets still in the chamber. Not even unloading one tiny bullet out on the field just yet. He's hoping to hold through the scarce case. Finding the damage. And he's brought down to only 1 HP left. Can he actually hold out? Here comes J-Sker. He's feeling confident and he gets taken down. Oh my word, Repo is bringing one back at the very least. Now he got to get the heck out of this room before the rest of them close in. Happy Squad is also joining in the rally inside of the city of Montenevo. Can he clutch this? I think that with so much time being bought, Repo is willing to really put his body on the line to see if he can find any form of conversion, but it's a two-pronged swing, and the timing not quite good enough. Just with a sawed-off, it gets the job done.
Oh, this is completely unprecedented as well. As we were just talking about too, where what's the win condition for TMP to qualify for top 8? Just get more than 69 points. They did get 1 point out of the context here, but I don't think they expect to bail out this early. Same goes for Mata as well, as Upchair was able to catch them quite the surprise on the outskirt on the battlefield here too. So no choice, abandoning the nearby compound. Further have to focus, put the pedal to the metal to a more safer, different location.
It's just so sad for Mata. Plenty of times he's the first one to be caught out throughout these convoys, and it's not looking all too solid for the rest of Mercenaries. They are still on the road, slowly getting picked apart by the members of Savage Man. He popped the tires. Perfect work coming from Upton, and he's looking for even more. Just like that, Leo shreds them apart. And oh, X-Men be farming real good tonight.
I told you this before, Contra. You just give them an opportunity. You let them line up those lines aside close enough as well. They're gonna get those. They're gonna get those aims, and they're gonna get those knocks for sure. And to make matters worse, it's on an open plains here, so they're gonna be able to convert those into kills from themselves here. Although, as we talk about, it's unfortunate, but still can be the team to deny a couple of these teams here. And it looks like Mercenary won't be able to farm any points from this round any further. So, but this also means an opportunity for JFT, AG, and Mel Gaming, and maybe even TTS as well. If they really outperform themselves, like out of their minds here, have a really fantastic big game in this round, they might at least be able to close in that gap from TMP, and then we might see a really cool potential 3 to or maybe even a 4-man race for the final 8 spot here. If not, Tosakan is just gonna go straight into the top 8. And let's be honest here,
Ah.
Tosakan is like sweating buckets or saying their Hail Marys at this point now.
True enough. And now, lo and behold, justice for tomorrow.
Wow.
Needing to fight up against Irohani Pupeto Samurais to find themselves into the top 8. And ISG, they want to hunker down on this spot, denying these teams from moving into the top 8 instead. They received the intel, but I'm glad that the rest of JFT did not resort into opening up those rounds, or else the rest of IPS will be able to turn towards their direction and gatekeep them for even longer. So ISG, you're definitely swinging by the far end of the map in order to be able to find the space. TTS found the compound, Savage Men up at it again. As this will be pretty much a decent spot for the rest of TTS to hold, to be closest to the center. There's a lot of flat down terrains in the mix of it. Oh, the towers have been popped, and it leaves 2 members of the Tin Soldiers stranded. First one to bow out is going to be Tampin. Great work rate coming out of UB to be able to do so. And now he's not going to leave the vehicle. He's going to go all the way reversing into the compounds instead. And glad that he did manage to make the cut to regroup with the rest of the squad. So only losing 1, that's decent enough for the rest of TTS. But man, that was quite the scare for them. And it's not over and done with. Unit Brothers definitely see their struggles and will try to rain on their parade.
It's phase 3 right now as well, so a lot of these teams are definitely going to be running into each other a lot more often as well. And this is not like the map of Marengo, Rondo, or Tego as well. You can't just simply just roam around the edges here in your vehicle and try to pick on fights whenever you like. That's not how you really play here in Marama as well. It's all about that positioning, getting that, setting up shop as early as possible compared to the rest of the team here. Just like how DBH is doing it, as they're duking it out against Happy Squad, currently at the edge of Montenegro here. They really need to clear it out, because if not, they're going to really have a really rough entry into the center. And a Panzer falls into the face. Now that's what you call an explosive entrance.
Huge picking coming in from Mal. DBH, they've been here for the longest of time and just really sending out that member in style. Happy Squad picked apart, only 10 trip left, and looks like the rest of the citizens of Montenegro will also have to step out of the way. JFT now being caught out. Oh, Pons! He's trying to do as much damage as he can, but he is being knocked outside of the blue zone. Cherry, as well as Shuhas, will be able to settle scores with it, but there's no time for those breaks. He just gotta hit the gas right into the fields. Shoot Horse getting picked apart. Great shot coming from Masjun straight to the dome. I'm not even sure how these teams do it with those fast-moving vehicles, but JFT now looking for a shack to call home, and this is not gonna be a safe shack after all. Cherry doing whatever he could, and just like that, finally getting into the zone. But at what cost? Miles also tumbling to get by. This might just be an opportunity, as this is gonna pave the passage as Cherry tries to trade right back. And the tires are now being popped. The Nox comes in from Binek from right above. As much as Binek is being occupied, there is 2 members of mine that does arrive from the back end to secure themselves a compound. Now he has to sort out this 1 versus 2 scuffle. Holding on to the doorways. It's going to be a big catch if they step out of line. Kurt, he does not know. This could be a good opportunity. Binek can actually get them ball boxed in. And now he gets to slowly wrap things around. Wow. And here comes the rest of the Calvario team. Flash is relaying all the intel. Mile, they might just actually go down. How much can they do up against Team Flash? We see something going on in the area at the same time. While Kurt holding firm, they are tossing those grenades. The blue zones are slowly chipping them out, forcing them to actually take plenty of damage. And the setup's looking real clean. Long X, man, this guy has got a turret eye of his own. Masjun will be able to hold out for far too long. The great trades come right in. And at the very least, they're still having a little bit of a lifeline as the rest of Team Flash really getting depleted by the rest of the field. They're trying to charge right in. Masjun with a last stat of his own, 27 HP. Not quite cutting it with Binnick securing it as he's been here the whole damn time.
The utility placement and the prediction coming in from it as well. Blue zone grenade into the molly. Already anticipated the guy might run out of the house into the flames. Well set up there. Now this is what I call winning a fight without having to fire a single gun. Well done. But I mean, very clean finisher, although very notable, very commendable final last stand. If he hold it up for the last one, he probably could have wiped out the entire team by himself. Other than that, Team Flash still stays strong. But the utility placement and setup for the side here, absolutely phenomenal coming from ISG. Really flushing out Savageman Esports. That territory, that ditch that they have for themselves here, or a bowl in this case here. Oh man, it's such an unforgivable territory. This is Marama, ladies and gentlemen, at its finest.
Yeah, classic Murmur, I'll tell you that. Plenty of all these members left stranded in between the roads. ISG holding firm to the high ground. And right as it stands, FW Esports, they have a decent hold over onto the upcoming zone, while Roy Esports, King of the Hills, we'll see if there's going to be any kind of challenges. That's still going to be slightly vulnerable, but at least at King, he will have a little bit more of that space open up to take alternate angles at the same time. That's the last of Milu to be surviving over onto the outskirts, but I don't see a vehicle for him to really hold on to anything. I mean, that's just a terrain vehicle that's not exactly active.
Off-road?
So,
oh yeah.
yeah, you could say so. Hamster, I mean, what's a hamster doing in the desert, right? Big question.
He ran out of his ball. He lost his hamster ball.
And sadly enough, I mean, Milu, not much to play for. Huge deficit on the points. I mean, if he could do some damage right now towards Irohani Pepetto, then it makes the work easier for Roy over the south. TTS, as much as they had those compounds to hold out for quite some time, they kind of need to make an exit, and right now paving a passage. They're already on the convoy. DBH, they held on inside of the city of Montenevo, and this time it's Hoi An to catch him out, and that kind of ends the streak of what they've been able to offer. Respectable 7 points coming out of DBH. UB also having the same numbers right now with even more everlasting members to actually fight for a top 4 position. FW Esports currently dictating who gets to get right into the zone. Well, Hamster, he's running on foot, and now he is crossing into the compounds where Malti is currently at. And I don't think they have a clue as of the moment. So Hamster, very cheeky. He might be able to sort this one out against DTS. There we go. Picks onto Nalti. Quick isolations. And now only up to Daizil on the other game.
It's so brutal as well, because like, look at the teams that's like we're talking about, right? The 4 teams that was trying to contest the potential team to be contesting for that A spot, right, are literally limping into the circle or completely wiped out from the game here. But Roy Esports, they got the vantage point. ISG, they're the back against the wall. It's a perfect spot for Roy Esports to just constantly land utility as well. And it's not making anything better for them as well. So a quick getaway, a sound call as well. Actually, they might just have to allow Runa to be the one to leave with his life on the line.
Yeah, the scrambling, they were splitting up as well. So ISG, they're worse for wear, as FW Esports having 6 acts as well as Crazy to be able to pick apart Feven. On the other end, TTS now struggling with Daizil still holding down up against the rest of Union Brothers. They can have a huge say on ISG's fate at this current point of time. Running inside the smoke, Tala looking for the angles, and that is going to be the grenade to take out TTS. 7 more teams remaining. They go in for the quick restock with a care package. Now, there's just so much wiggle room for them to play with. But then again, Roy Esports, as we said, the Kings of the Hills here just making hill bullets as well as those nades. And now the 1v1 duel between FB King as well as Gotti has been taking ages for him to settle scores. 50 HP, couldn't line it shot. Gotti, oh, he got that headshot. Buildable stuff from ISG to stay afloat. Once again, having a hero to wave the Japanese flag in this penultimate round.
Oh, but I think his fate is gonna be sealed very soon as well. A very commendable 1v1 for a knocked here, but he's still knocked within cover area. So I think that's all she wrote here. But actually no, EDB King, before they can actually come in to go for the revive, gets sniped away by Tolda from the other side of the map here. So Roy Esports coming in with one member shot, but compared to the rest of the teams that's currently in the game itself, everyone is practically limping in with barely a full party.
Yeah, and with Armory Gaming in the brink, UNQ knocked down, only up to Shanks. And with UNQ bleeding out to the blue zone, he's trying to look for alternatives. A wide wrap around through the back end of the hill. I'm not too sure if this is the right playbook, because there is the rest of Roy Esports up the hillside. But who knows if they're going to be looking over onto the rest of the field. Perhaps he's going to be safe from harm. So Shank, he's just going to see if he could just slowly wrap it around. And who knows, maybe a couple more points to be gained up against the rest of Roy Esports. As for FW, poison position. With a new shift of the zone in phase 6, we're also looking at FW Esports to be on the far north corner. So down to Cherry, JFT have to pull a performance of his lifetime. I mean, he could cheekily hold him out. The rest of Team Flash later might actually need to make an advancement out of these shacks. So, and it seems like he's been spotted out. Miko having that barrel and barely any form of spacing for Cherry, so this is just going to be rather rough. The only good news is that Miko has got no grenades to toss at 25 HP. Cherry retaliates. He says, I'm not down for the count just yet. Bidnick comes in to also give him a helping hand, but there's just no space to play with for JFT. Oh, that was very, very heartbreaking. Only one more round for JFT to make an impact. Up next, but they close in with 0 points this time around. Roy's still up there, and they're the only ones in the zone to be joined with the rest of UB up over onto the northwest.
Oh man, this is getting absolutely insane. Cherry really want to see if we can try to at least get for that placement point, or at least a couple of more for themselves here, because 58 is pretty commendable. You get to that 60s, then he only has to try to work, then there's something at least his team for them to work around with. But still, other than that, still well done. Try to keep themselves alive, especially since you're only in the last man standing. But the team that has made the greatest improvement from past 5 matches so far is Unity Brothers. 10 kills. They were in the 40+ pointer. I didn't even take them into account at all, because the match dictates the fact that they would need to get a chicken dinner and a 10+ kills to really overwhelm their current the top 4 teams that I was currently talking about. And look at that, 10 kills. They already got that checked out. It's 58 points. Placement wise, it's also aiding them at the same time. They secure a chicken dinner. Then we're going to be having another team contesting for that 8th spot.
Yeah, and of course, we kind of slept on UB for a little bit. They definitely had a decent attempt.
Yeah, it was like 42 points.
Yeah, I mean, today's been quite the rally for some of these guys, but, you know, Teddy is always sharp on his approach. He gets a glimpse of these members of UB, and this is not going to be all too easy for them to even find any more space against Teddy to even consider a peek. He's actually now on the push up against Miko. He finds the angle. He's trying to recover, and that's the wrong time to do so, my friend. Jexy gets that one sorted very swiftly, so 2 points each for those members of Roy Esports who are still alive, and of course, even the one that did manage to secure one, Tsuna right now, tanking a little bit of damage over onto the blue zone while they are having Jags going for the flank, and that final call didn't quite cut it for AG, but it's still yet another top 4 finish with another 4 points to book out. So AG still has a chance up in the next game, and now Knaxi right in the middle open. The tree barely enough covering his back and sticking out. Teddy is just going to allow Setsuna to take claim. And right at this moment, Roy, the Kings of the Hills from Indonesia, is going to be able to just slowly close it up against these 2 other teams who are currently right down below. UB still has his own.
Oh, wow.
And FW Esports, I don't see a way they get to step right in.
This is tough, really tough. And I agree with you, it's very tough for them to step right in. Now with Roy Esports gatekeeping them, simultaneously taking them all out at the same time. It's a 1v1 now contra. The closing of this show for match number 5, UB, the team that we really didn't count on too much for the remaining 2 maps, came out swinging here with the full vigor of 10 kills and potentially even might get the chicken dinner or even second place in our top 3.
10 points apiece. Whoever wins this one out gets 12 or 13 points. Playing from the low ground might be pretty tough, especially with those limited angles inside the shack, but who knows if they will be able to find certain ways to isolate those members of Roy Esports. The leaks are sticking out, and now it's time to close the show as Roy Esports still having that ones going in to suppress Jexy. My. Now, 1 versus 2. Teddy seals the deal, and once again, Roy Esports gains another chicken dinner for Indonesia. Wow, what a battle this was. Roy Esports showing how it's done, and we're definitely seeing them for our next week's run of the Grand Finals.
A game to behold for us here in match number 5 here. We were just trying to figure out which of the 4 teams potentially contesting for that top 8 spot was going to take the chance here. But unfortunately, a new monster came out swinging out of the gates, and that's going to be UB coming in strong, second placing, 10 plus kills. What a way to solidify themselves for another potential contender. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, after such a heated game, we're going to be taking a quick short one, but don't go for too long. More PUBG, and the conclusion for our final night will be coming to you guys right after this.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, Ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers: Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, Red Zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Labs DMR Rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it
Here we are at the very final rally where these teams will have one last shot and one last opportunity to qualify to the grand finals. Some have already make their mark in order to secure their stances in the grand finals, but of course there's still many of these names here fighting for the position. You mentioned UB surging upwards, and right now they've been able to tally up to 24 points for today in order to still have a significant impact. Just as for tomorrow, Esports stunted with not much points being gained from that last round. Now they just have to bring in their best possible game in order to chase up. Same could be said about Armory Gaming as well as some of the members out of Unity Brothers. So we'll have to see amongst these couple of teams, will they be able to take the biggest stride in order to make it to the grand finals?
Man, this is really getting out of hand now. At first, we thought we had things somewhat figured out now, right? But after the last match that we just casted, right, in the map of Marama, especially some teams wasn't really able to make the cut. Some couldn't find or harvest the points they were looking for now, whereas some teams really popped off. And now just looking for the total leaderboard contrast. You can look at it from let's just look from Irohani Perpetual Samurai, right? From 6th place all the way down to the 14th, right? So right now there is a potential chance where it's no longer going to be a battle for the 8th place. We might even see a little change in the 6th and 7th ranking at this point now, because both Irohani, Perpetual Samurai, Savage Man Esports, they got a couple of points for themselves, but not as significant compared to like what Unity Brothers was doing or what Armory Gaming was able to account for themselves here. Take Me Please, they were unfortunate. They only got 1 point and were the first team to bail out early. I thought they will be the first team to break that barrier and overcome Tosaka team, but that was not the case here. Now this final match, it's literally a winner takes all kind of scenario here. Depending on how the team performs, we might see either a new update to the 6 to 8 placing, or just merely focusing on that 8th place alone.
That's right, and it all boils down to this final map in Miramar.
So close.
That being said, looking at the current state, at least IPS have been keeping to the consistency of racking a couple of points, as well as having decent positioning into the top 8 for them to score some placement points. So it is definitely a dire need for them to create a significant gap. If they can touch 80 points, then perhaps they will be able to still have a big breath of air by the end of the run. So now, all down to this final matchup. So look at the current situation. Of course, no more stakes involved for some of the names like Bururam, Roy Esports, Team Flash, FW Esports, 4 Crazy Rabbits. These 5 names that have been able to, of course, secure their spots will just be able to chill for a little bit. And once again, even for those who are mathematically challenged over on the tail end of the leaderboards, they can still have major impact in this round on how they could just deter the chances for those trying to qualify.
Yeah, oh, man, it's it really is crazy now. We're finally boiling down to if the teams can really pull on the performances just to really give them that clear exit. At first, I thought if Irohani, Perpetual Samurai, Savage Man was also doing pretty well in the last match, then we only had to focus on that 8th placing. That's why I was saying we can somewhat focus our attention to that 4 particular teams. But now it's a different story. Now the bottom 4 really showed their great performances, getting to that 60-point marker here, relatively close to the 70-point, which is relatively close to Irohani and Savage Man as well here. So this final game, for the final 3 spots in this case here, is a battle between about 7 teams, about 7 to 8 teams here for that final 3 spots for themselves here. So it's gonna be quite the quite the nail biter, and I'm really excited. What a way to end the night here for our final match for our play-ins.
It's always going to be dramatic moving into the final game, especially when the stakes are this high. We're talking about a chance at multi-million dollars at stake here for those who are brave enough to reach out for it. And the road to EWC continues here with one last hurdle here in the play-in stages for the top 8 cut. Now, starting things off, we're coming in from the corners of Trailer Park, or what was left of it, into the far end of the southern corners of Resort. So plenty of options, but it will be a long flow to even reach towards destinations like Cruz del Val. So it'll definitely be a lot more places for these teams to consider around the edges of Monte Nivo, El Pozo, even options plenty over as far south if they really want to kick things off by the edge of the map like Platona. So we'll have to see. So moving into this matchup, UB, they're going in for the hot drop up against Milu. They know that they need to farm some points, and you know, perhaps they see them as an easy target being at the bottom of the barrel with only 15 points, but I don't think that's going to be the case. They're just going to be able to yoink some of all these vehicles away. So good call, not putting themselves all too much at risk. So propelling further forward, I think there's definitely options such as even the likes of water treatment for them to take claim. So it's not too bad to kick things off.
Oh.
UNQ struggling to actually get and they're all sharing the vehicle. B, he knows that there's no business staying inside of the seat, so he's just gonna drop out. Well, he spots that there is another pickup truck that he could claim later on, but UNQ could just quickly gather some loot and just deny him that if he wants to. The good news is for Milu is that this zone will be favoring them over onto the far north. So La Badita is going to be the main playground for the likes of many to journey up ahead. Well, this is definitely a far stretch for LFT all the way down under at Patona.
It's a fast stretch for a lot of teams, Contra. Like everyone needs to suddenly make headway into the circuit, and I mentioned this before, right? Miramar is really the kind of map you really need to get a good spot because it's a good place for you to really harass a lot of teams, get some really good knocks, as we witnessed from at least these past 2 nights now, and even for the last match as well. But I was somewhat getting the impression that, okay, probably like half of the team will be in the phase 1 circle, but that's not the case. Majority of the team is currently on the outskirts, relatively too far and around, literally positioned at the southern side of Los Leones here. I'm already expecting teams to either have to make a call. They either have to take a long, early drive into the circle with the vehicles that they have, so at least they got some kind of cover they can use for themselves as they traverse the terrain, or have no choice, take the E pickup if they found one here, and get a really nice vantage. But what a pickup and a greeting coming in from Pork.
Man, this guy's APM is sky high. Driving right in, immediately getting picked onto Teddy when he had the angles. It's ridiculous. I mean, it does not matter. You actually brought in the AR to play, but he couldn't really hit the target as much as he wants to. So Repo, that is a firm 1 point added to the tally. And you talked about 6 points. I mean, they're really closing in. I mean, we've definitely updated it a little bit more for the rest of TMP. So they just need a couple more. 69. Passing 69 is the target for sure to knock Tosakan out of the park. So take me, please. That's 1. But look at the other portion of the minimap. I believe that there is still a lot of all these unclaimed territories, such as water treatment, as well as, I don't know if anyone's going to be playing in the Oasis. It can be considered because there are some high ground terrains for these teams to work with. United Brothers back at it again, and it's Hoi An being brought down by Shizuke. Hopefully, the rest of UB will be coming in for a quick recovery, as Shizuke is looking to close in already. It's going to be pretty tough, and IA is already going at it, and he's got to seek out Shizuke's position because up over on the hillside, it's going to be pretty tough to spot out, while Hoi An is slowly bleeding out. Tauda wrapping over on the other stretch of the hillside in order to find an exchange. The nades are falling true. This might be just about good enough to deplete them, while Hamster closes the distance.
Man, this is real tight as well. The first knock, UB understands that this is the last line. How close they are for that top 8 spot as well here. That first knock instantly rang all alarms. Everyone just fully reconvened to the current location. It may not be favorable for them in the first place, but they have to take the chance here. And unfortunately, Guillotine, too focused on trying to clear out their north side, gets literally around back for the south, and instantly gets that knock and will be removed from play. Suddenly trying to revive the earlier knock player. Now, literally, they still down a member.
It's just such a tight squeeze of space. Miluhihi still piling on the pressure, and the rest of the members of UB playing defensive at the moment. Spots out Namon's cutting over on the other corner, and they call in for a little bit more of the barrier for them to work around with. IU, he's got to find his first contact. A huge moment for Shizuke. IAT now goes and draws the exchange, but he's unwary of the situation where Shizuke has been able to lurk around, finds the target. One member down from the side of UB, but quickly recovered by Hoyan, and he's been picked up already. Still now out for the count. He's going to bring the Sawed out into play. Not quite enough to take him down. Looking to vault over, but it is going to be a double swing. Jonathan secures it. Just like that, the 2 members are being sent out, but Milu really dealing the damage. And once more, UB sent with only 1 member to play out this Miramar matchup is going to be a daunting task, while FW Esports will be making it rain from above, tossing that grenade over onto Binek. He's not going to be settling for this position as he goes in for a wraparound on his vehicle. Canaxi is all alone. Where is the rest of FW when you need a little bit more support? There is none to be seen, at least from our screen at the moment. Canaxi now scaling past as there is going to be Hung Vo Di over on the far end of the hillside. So we would expect them to be having some light taps in between into the fields. Well, Roy Esports, they lost out Teddy through that grand hustle. Well, of course, unsuspecting enough coming with the vehicles. Setsuna now takes a freebie, and that's going to be Ia out. And he has to now tango out of that space. Not quite enough for him to find any room for cover.
Canaxi and everyone else is trying to find a safe place to be here. But you know, they're still pretty in a safe spot. To make matters even easier for his quick getaway is the Sandstorm. They crash at the side. They want to try to secure one of the knockdown members of Roy Esports. That's going to be Arjun Bots. But what Arjun Bot doesn't know is that Roy Esports currently is not alone. Can he hold on the line? He will, and successfully find connection here too. Can the rest of the team come in time? No, they're on the way here. But I think it's not just Roy. It's even LFT joining in the fray. Multiple teams crashing into the compound currently.
Beautiful work. A little bit of a rampage. An action over on the streets as Evil Patrick got the perfect line of sight. But he has to dance it out against the rest of LFT over the outskirts. Skid is just out getting tossed with a couple of all these bullets over on his side. And Evil Patrick got him all zoned out. Barely surviving. And LFT crashes out. We thank them for all the entertainment that they provided us for the past 3 days of action. And unfortunately, it's only a total of 40 points for LFT. Better luck next time. Wish them all the best, as we're definitely looking for more coming from James and Co. Happy Squad. Another team that didn't really have high stakes, now seizing whatever opportunities to dent the hopes and dreams of the rest in the lobby. 6 points, a hefty chunk. And here comes Chaoe. He's feeling rather ambitious, trying to actually take Raze off the vehicle, as he's got the 8X. Great enough for him to keep this pointed directly around the Raze, but where exactly is the member FW Esports moving towards? Now, here comes the E pickup coming out of AG, as they are looking to be planting themselves over onto the high ground. Team Flash kind of gets a glimpse of it, while the rest of these other players of Team Flash is looking to book a different territory now that they know that Armory Gaming is firmly planted. There's no point for the challenge.
Which is pretty good for AG, right? Like, I mean, this is exactly why it's somewhat to be expected, right? Since there's a long mountain range here on Marama, people usually just take the E pickup, get on top of the tallest mountain that they can find, and then just slowly tap their way in, just really peppering down as many teams as much as possible. But they also do need to take into account in terms of ammo resources, right? Because I'm looking at UNQ right now. Sure, it's a decent amount, but not something you really want to just keep peppering all round long, right? So unless it's an opportunity or a guarantee, then sure, you can go at it, right? But other than that, I don't think you want to expend all your resources. You really do not want to be in a situation where you're at the final circle and you're just out of utilities, you're out of ammo, and out of options here, really.
True enough. I mean, that's kind of the pros and cons of booking such a terrain, right? You get to see everybody else and have a little bit of a cover of your own, but those resources can absolutely run dry unless, you know, somebody barges in and they manage to get a close proximity fight. Then they could kind of go in for a restock. Other than that, not too much to go by with. O2 Skirt, the last hope for Take Me Please. A few pickoffs is all that he needs to get the job done. 2 more points to tie the knots up against Tosakan, who's been pretty much aggressive on their take, and Take Me Please has seemingly changed their approach on how they've been playing out this final matchup against those who are coming in from Group B. You know, back in those days, TMP was the one to be the aggressors in many of all these altercations. It doesn't seem like they've been able to really turn those margins in many of all these attempts coming in for today. Savageman also needing to upkeep their record. Gets a couple of all these ideas onto some of all these teams passing right by. As FW Esports, they got plenty of that space somewhere in between, so no pressure whatsoever. Team Flash also somewhere firmly planted, while a couple of attacks now being set over on the side of 6 stacks. Well, I'm currently tying my own tongue by saying his name, so there's definitely a lot of room for them to actually hold out. So here with the Sandstorm, I guess it won't be all too much trouble because the Sandstorm's kind of over on the north point where it only covers some grounds of TTS as well as Milu for the moment. Now, Repo, he's going to be up there. Just trying to see if he could just pick up some of these members of ISG. Now, TMP, I mean, they still have 4 of these members to work with, so they should be able to kind of form something in return. But they gotta just tread very lightly from here on. They saw those stray bullets flying over onto the fields, so they have quickly identified that there is ISG inside the compound, so they're deciding not to flood in just yet. Whereas for JFT, another team on their path to success, that's going to be a guarantee if they could just close it out with 12 points, but they're way far from it. It's only phase 2, Soki in the blue zone. And this white wrap onto Power Grid can be rather risky with Happy Squad still within that vicinity.
It's a really tough call, right? Since if you look from the circle as well from what we have, by the way, thank you, Observer. I mean, it's about time as well. There's really not a lot of terrain, and you see what I mean? There is a couple of compounds, but you see this, you either get a really steep hill up a mountain or valleys to work with here. So teams currently, especially for JFT, just trying to figure out like which would be the right place to go. And even if they get out the blue zone, where do they go from then? Where can they go where they can still stay alive and still manage to set a foothold preparing for that final round here? And with how quiet and how slow this game has been going so far, Contra, I know we're back to theory crafting once more, but is there ever a universe where Tosaka just be the 8th team moving in? There's just no headway happening for TMP or AG or any other.
We get back to that in a little bit because like we have a little bit of a tough situation in between some of these teams. Mal Rush now going up against Mercenaries as B shreds some of all these players out, and that's a tag team duo coming in from Smell to be able to quickly deplete that member of DBH. Now, back onto what you've just mentioned. There could be a chance. I mean, I'm looking at the zone, and I think like a lot of these teams that need to get into a really good spot didn't really get into those high ground terrains or even the compounds that is safe enough for them to call home. So they might just be having small chances to be able to get by. But of course, right now, Raze finds the angle, have been able to just deplete Binek very quickly, but he's also getting tagged from right outside as FW Esports arrived in the nick of time. Hungvo D just suppressing whatever push that's coming out of FW Esports, so they will be able to stay afloat for the meantime.
It's a good positioning coming from Hongvo D as well, being the anchor, playing the sniper spot to be the spotter as well, to really ensure to cover their outskirts of this building. So allowing Long Axe and the rest of the team to really fighting CQC and finding a really nice timing to go for those swings here, finding great success. But then again, FW Esports still standing tall. Team Flash, 1 member remaining here. But looking back, it looks like JFT was able to crash into a compound safely despite rounding around the blue zone for quite a while.
Yeah, they're still not in the clear. Happy Squad is surrounding them all across this covering warehouse that they're holding at. And it seems like Happy Squad, they're happy enough to just cut across the field so that once JFT steps out, they will still be within their crosshairs in that sense. So they don't really have to commit themselves to be boxed into that warehouse at the very same time. Well, Mile tries to find a different passage with the presence of ISG around those corners. Rather risky move. Jankov now tends to wrap around the hillside, finding the spine, and TMP sees this as an opportunity, doing just about enough damage. Take me, please. Looking for more, and this could be it. They might be able to knock out Tosaka with this challenge as they slowly shred them all apart. That's the second one down on the floor as Mega with F49 is doing it. Mile now retaliates. He did manage to take out Porsche's. DTY, last remaining member for Mile, and this is gonna be a territory that he could not breach. IPS heard all that ruckus at the very same time, chooses not to be involved, while B with the rest of Armory Gaming, and this is a big pick-off. B managing to get the knock, and he will quickly fall back to get some cover from his other teammates, and the rest of Armory Gaming try to rush upon this hillside as well in order to find the target up against B. Those nades send in very, very closely, not quite enough to take out Shanks or even Cao Kong at the moment.
Trying to find their times in hopes that some teams are actually trying to spot them on the system for the sideline as the third party here. TMP, man, 68. They just need 2 more points as well to try to overwhelm Tosakan team here. They're just about 2 points away. Team Flash, unfortunately, going to be eliminated away. And it looks like Team FW Esports should be the kings of the western side here. Whereas JFT, happy squad, slowly making their way into the circle here. Not really out of the clear. ISG just really running by them when there's no tire on his current car.
Yeah, quickly being popped right there. Great work coming from the side of UPC. And Mercenaries, they're doing such a massive work to keep themselves pretty much afloat, defending their ground up against the rest. And that forces the rest of these teams to be barging up the hillside to challenge Mao. And just like that, DTY survives the cut, takes down Algenbots, and now needing to quickly replenish his stocks. He's running out of these first 8. Well, I think that he has actually got 7. So that's another one added. Make it 4 for the rest of Mao Gaming.
Oh, man.
Take me, please. He's currently stuck in between, but I believe that there is a good chance that he could be able to catch some of these members of Armory Gaming. These teams desperate for those points. TMP has gotten those 3 points secured, so they've been able to already knock out Tosakan. Into the top 8 they go, but they definitely need more of these points. Shanks being very careful on his approach, and now over the back, it's Evil Patrick. Man, this guy is gonna do him dirty, and he turns it around. Not quite enough to get the angles up against Happy Squad as he gets denied. Take me, please. Bows out. Armory Gaming still afloat. He's trying to race his way into the zone. Is there enough room for Shanks to get himself safe? Right through, no challenge whatsoever. He should be able to make the cut. He still has a couple of all these healing aids for him to fall back to. Namons now side by side up against B, and right across are the rest of the members of the Tin Soldiers. But there are a lot of close calls in between, and here comes Namons just storming right into the shack, securing one more for Unity Brothers.
Oh my lord. TMP was just right at the gates. They just needed to pull through, but just couldn't find the points for sure. And they just basically bail out. They can't contest with this. Now all comes out. Oh, even Yubi's wiped out as well. So now AG is the one that's currently in the lead to take the top 8 spot for themselves. IG is also out for the count here. AG feels has a lot higher chance. Male Gaming, JFT, they're too low here with just 1 member respectively for themselves. Unless TTS starts really popping things off, we might see a little bit of a different story. But Savage Man, naturally, Savior, finding the shots, still phenomenal naturally as well. But still coming in, still standing tall. AG, still 3 members strong as well, and really high vantage point here. But I'm not sure what's the resources like for them, right? Because from what we last saw for them, not a lot of utility. Decent amount of ammo, but I guess it's after they plunder from our ponds, I guess. In this case, you have to try to salvage between the 3 people. But hey, you know, still something you can work with, but no vehicle. That's the problem, since they came in from an E pickup. Oh, there goes Mel. That's gone. And AG, 69. But they're currently clashing with Tosakan Gaming. So needs a 70-pointer. Then we'll see our top 8.
Perhaps those placement points could have actually helped them out. They're already in the top 8, so they should be clearer to move right in to the grand finals. But of course, they definitely need to do a whole lot more still within the danger zone, as they're not in the clear. And they always kept us at the edge of a seat. It was just a shabby start for Armory Gaming on their day 1 performance, and look at how they've been able to bounce back. Absolutely inspirational work coming out of the Thai squad. And right now, drawing to a close, Mercenaries take on a 3-man tin soldier. They're sending Daisy here to really close off the distance, and this first contact play is going to be vital for Daisy to really dent whatever hopes necessary for the rest of the mercenaries. So right now, happy enough to share that space. A couple of all these flashbangs now tossed out there, hoping to infiltrate the top floor eventually. Shank's now being pinned down. Alcon with the rescue. Now following very closely. Tambin now found a glimpse of it. They managed to take one down. Not quite enough. Daisy goes down. And this might just be an overwhelming flood coming out there. Mercenaries did not manage to close off that fight. TTS still stands tall in this corner. But the zone completely out of reach for some of these guys of FW Esports. Well, I say that Zigzag could still find a way in, but he's dealing with a little bit of trade between Jay Skur over on the south side and DBH. They try to settle the scores before they make their step in, and that kind of allows the member of AEG to slowly squeeze past, so perhaps that kind of guarantees it. We're already in the top 5. Armory Gaming should be set for success right now. Zigzag now on attack, looking for the second pick over onto the members of DBH, and he's dealing a truck ton of damage. It's always Zigzag, and now soaking in that grenade. 12 HP left. Jay Skur on the mark, up against Banana 1. He's just had a couple of all these smokes to keep himself surviving for the meantime, and it seems like there's the only way for him to get through is just to take on the rest of FW Esports. I wonder if he will be able to spot out the other positioning of that other member, Zigzag, that's currently around its corners. This is definitely no easy task for Dream Bounty Hunter to cut across.
What a night, seriously, that we really have for ourselves here. Sure, the tension is still relatively high, as you mentioned before just now. We finally have our top 8 here with AG securing the last spot for themselves. Unless TTS goes for an absolute tear in this round here. There's still 3 members, by the way, to work with here, so seems pretty good. We're down to our final 5 teams. UNQ being the last one standing. Let's see if he's able to just rack in a couple of more points for himself, being the solo player, just to be the menace, be the nuisance for themselves. Seems like he got tagged out from long back behind. Probably got spotted out by one of the core players from the other teams. But other than that, it's been this final circle going in, and we finally have our top 4. A battle in the mountains here. Who's going to be the king under the mountain between these 4 teams for our final match of the night?
Yeah, smart moves coming in from the side of DBH. They managed to eventually stop the rest of Armory Gaming. And now having to play in between these hillside will give them a little bit more defensive cover up against the rest of FW Esports. And right now, FW Esports are free to take claim onto the direct center if they want to. The rest of TTS over on the foothill instead, and LD's running for the vehicle as that tire is already being popped by Xiaofeng. And now stuck in a really tight spot. Tambin not really in the right position to also challenge the current position of DBH. Next one to falter is Savage Man. They went, well, actually, it's Savage Man to take out a team. So they're already on the 10-point kill streak. You know, they did just solidify their spot for the grand finals. They're making a big statement here, already securing a couple of all these chicken dinners from the past day, and now looking for even more. FW Esports now picks them apart. Saver already knocked out prior to this, is that's just going to be secured. Melody, he's been struggling to even find any form of space, and Leo will put an end to his demise.
There's just not much. It's just now is the battle who has the high ground now, right? Classic Star Wars film. But, you know, now while they're battling out, FW Esports, they have the 2-man. Same goes for DBH. Practically, they have a mountain of their own here, but Banana 1 really needs to clear things out. Savage Man Esports has been on an absolute roll. Leo been finding some really great shots. 76 points all the way to 90 to really end the night here. A very strong statement indeed being set in by Savage Man Esports. Really well done. But of course, let's just see whether their story ends here.
You see them
spotted out. Oh no, but he got knocked out by someone else.
A cell phone so sharp on his mini 14. And just like that, got the rest of these Savage members to be surviving the cut. Leo now all alone. He will have some gaps to actually find in order to make his way into the zone, but you could see in between the valley, it is just gonna be too tough for him to really make his way across. Dream Bounty Hunter right now having a great angle to really go up against all the rest of the pack. Zigzag, he's just really got to wait. He's got the barrel prepared once the rest of DBH is settled with the rest of the field. So TTS, they're hoping to perhaps find a little bit more of that leeway to just get towards the outskirts onto the terrains to scale up towards these high grounds instead. Savage Men Esports, depending on Leo, 11 points. A mega job being done by Savage Men. And now, so many individual units to play out for the chicken dinner. Only an extra member advantage for the side of DBH, and they put it to good use. Leo going on full reverse as he slowly slides down the hillside, and now he is slowly getting depleted by Zigzag as he's trying to dance it all up, but he is only good to settle for fourth. Well, that was great work coming in from Savage Men to claim so much out of this round itself. And now, to our grand finale, 2v1v1. Who could it be to claim the last chicken dinner of the night?
Holding it down. There he goes. 1v2 now. And with the man advantage coming from DBH, I can't see a universe where TTH pull it off unless the stars align for the big man. 10-bin holds out the line for his own. But he managed to isolate for a 1v1. He needs to win this gunplay.
Getting blinded right now. Tambin tries to make his wrap around, and now back to 1v1, but just about in the nick of time, they've been able to score huge to land a big chicken dinner for Dream BH to secure it by the tail end of this play-in stage of the groups.
What a game coming from Dream Bounty Hunter, the way to end the night. But of course, with that being said, let's check out our last highlight of the night.
And that was our very final match of the play-in stages for the groups. And of course, next week we will have our grand finals. And with Dream Bounty Hunter securing themselves this chicken dinner, I wonder how much points did they actually tally up. I'm not too sure if it's ever going to be enough, because the last we saw, the ones that's closest has been Armory Gaming, and I do believe that they've been able to secure it. So we want to see if there's going to be any other team that will be in the mix as well. So with that, Yoli, the nail biter finish definitely drives us to the edge of our seat, but I want to figure out who exactly are we looking at to be joining the 8-seeded squads to the finals.
Yeah, we were just doing the math in our head, just roughly for what we have to offer as well. But of course, naturally, we have a rough idea, I believe, but we really want to see what's the conclusion, right? It's only when we see that update the leaderboard after this in our next graphic will we know who's going to be our confirmed top 8 team. And like as you mentioned regarding the Dream Bounty Hunters in gaming, well, they did a really last beautiful hoorah for the last match of the night. But still, unfortunately, I don't think even with the points that they have will be enough to really circumvent them all the way to that top 8 here. But because I believe they had a total of 45 points here. But hey, the fact that they should be having enough points to get to our top 16, so at least out of our 24 teams, they managed to at least get themselves being pictured out in the leaderboard later on. But you know, other than that, what a roller coaster of a night. We saw the best of the best that each of the region has to offer here. Sadly, this is the nature of the competition. Only someone has to take the fall, and only someone gets to move forward here. And this is not the end of the tournament as well. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the play-ins. We're looking for the top 8 to move forward to contest with our other 8-seeded teams for that final 4 spot to represent APAC at EWC.
Yeah, I mean, we see certain teams having a little bit of a scare. Armory Gaming story right now continues, I do believe. I mean, look, with them having just about enough placement points and a couple of all these key picks coming out of UNQ and the rest of the fold have been able to deliver when it mattered the most. TMP though, I mean, it's heartbreaking, right?
Yeah, it's real
I thought that they've been able to at least convert with that 69 points and maybe banking on those hopes that they could actually have the placement points to be better than Tosakans in order to just make it in the top 8. But unfortunately, they crashed out and they were in such a tight spot with 3 other teams. So I kind of want to see more out of TMP, but it's sad to say that they didn't do quite just enough. So that being said, though, when we look at all these listed teams coming from the seeded or rosters, definitely the competition is getting even more stiff. When now we further confirm it, as we will now take a look at today's leaderboard. Well, just a little bit teaser for you guys out there. Roy Esports have been the best out of the rest of the field with 72 points to be claimed, and of course Team Flash to be joining alongside.
There it is.
And here we go. This is what we want to see. And Armory Gaming will secure the last spot in the top 8 with a total of 71 points, knocking down Tosakan team. And of course, congratulations to teams such as BRU, Roy Esports, FW, Team Flash, 4 Crazy Rabbits, Savage Men, and Irohani Pupeto Samurai Gaming on the massive hurdle, claiming the double chicken dinners for today in order to make this top 8 cut.
It's a really phenomenal performance coming from Irohani Pupeto Samurai as well. When I say I wanted them to be more proactive, they went all the way for the win here. Massive performance here, massive upgrade as well. Really great to see it. I think the same goes for Attacker Clan and even Unity Brothers as well. The very team that which I never even took into account when it comes to solidify who's going to be our top 8. They really gave it their all here. Same goes to JD and TMP. But it's also like you said, it was a really unfortunate scenario for TMP, especially for match 5. They didn't expect it to bail out so early. Same goes to JFT. Everyone was really battling tooth and nail for that final spot here. Everyone really gave it their all. Everyone's a winner in my heart here. But you know, look at it. Look at the bright side, right, Contra? At the end of the day, it's still going to be a very positive trajectory for a lot of these guys for the rest of the year as well here. So definitely not the end for them for this run.
Absolutely, there's definitely more to play for, but for now, of course, we will keep our eyes peeled out for what happens next week. You guys don't want to miss the grand finals, as these teams will continue to be on the journey. And also, thank you so much for tuning in for the past couple of days. We absolutely appreciate you guys. It's been a blast casting with you, YOLO Lee. So right now, we will send you guys off. Hope you guys have a good night or good evening wherever you guys are from. So this is Contra signing out together with YOLO Lee.